All right, and good morning, everybody. I'm back. I'm sorry. So I foresaw the insomnia thing happening yesterday. Monday night, it got so humid that I'm like, I just want to sit out with the air conditioner. So that's what I did. But I ended up staying up so late that I was like, oh, I shouldn't use my night cream at this point because I will just sleep. And that's kind of what happened because I needed it to fall asleep. So it wasn't great. But the other thing that happened was I woke up at 10:30. So I was like, you know what? I'll just do what I did the last time I woke up that late, which was grab my lunch for 11 o'clock and just go live with Star Rail and continue on like a half day. So I'd be autoing Star Rail while I ate lunch, and then we'd go on to Genshin. So the thing is, though, what are we doing right now in Genshin for these accounts? Both my accounts. Let me adjust this because my model keeps wanting to look down, even though I'm looking straight ahead. I don't know why. um, so what we're currently doing on the main account is just getting resources. Right now, I'm kind of using a little bit of the resources I have to get a little few more characters leveled for Imaginarium Theater. Um, because I need to do that. Oh wow, I never noticed how detailed the paper that Charlotte holds is. That's the first time I've actually seen that. Um, but yeah, like that's kind of the what I've been doing on the main. And then with the free to play account, this account here, I've we've been farming for C1 Chaska. And it's been the whole debate. It's because the banners before Nod Cry, so the phase 2 banners, were Mualani and Chaska. I had been waiting for them to rerun for this account because I've stated before that I do like vertical investment. I feel it is very rewarding when you can see your favorite characters. So in this case, on this account, I technically main Chaska. So I would like to make her better. But at the same time, because I had put all the investment into her and she is supposed to be a really good DPS, I wanted to make Mualani better. And you can't do both. For free to play, you can't do both. And like even a budget spender, you might not be able to do both. Let's be real. But when I was thinking about it yesterday, I was just like, okay, I'll go on my main. I got to do this. I got to do this. It's like, oh, but you got to do, go on the alt and do whatever. And what I've been trying to do is not, if I'm on my main profile for the PlayStation, I kind of want to like leave it there on the off chance the remote play decides it doesn't want to work. So I don't have to worry about flipping between the accounts that way. But I just kept going back and forth, and I was just like, "Nope, you're done. Stop." And I was just like, "We need to think about the free to play account for a little bit because it's become sheer dread of me logging onto this account for multiple reasons. For multiple reasons. But the fact that I'm farming primos to try to get a constellation, going into a new region. And again, we won't know until Friday how the banners are going to look. We know Flynn's and Lauma are going to be first. We don't know the order in which they're coming out. We don't know if they're going to be on the same banner. Hopefully, that's not the case. I would hope they would have at the very least done what they did with the start of Natland, with Mualani being on phase 1 and Kaniche being on phase 2, something like that. That's fine. I don't mind that. But it just became this like I just want to scream kind of thing because it's not just farming here, the now and trying to get the C1 Chaska, trying to make my account better in the way, and the only way I know how, because again, I like vertical investment. And it's why I keep posing the questions to if people are watching this on YouTube. So, comment, leave a comment. People in chat. If you are free to play, like how do you go about that? How do you go about knowing when to pull on the weapon banner? One person I did see, another streamer, I did see say that if the Favonius weapons were on the weapon banner, it was a good time to actually pull because the Fav weapons are kind of essential. And it's like, you know what? That's actually fair considering the fact my main account did not have a Fav Lance until almost a year in, if not a year into its life. Like, I got the Fav Lance very, very late. So that I understand that logic. And out of any weapon, of specifically a 4-star weapon, the favs are probably the ones you want the most. And then with a couple different sacks, you don't necessarily need, what is it? The Claymore? Probably the Claymore is probably the least used. Sack sword you would want for like Sing Cho. Sack frags can be used on quite a few characters. And sack bow, again, sack bow is probably niche as well. I only know of 2 characters that use it off the top of my head, and that's Diona and Kale. I could be wrong though. Don't get me wrong. I could be wrong. But the fact that I was spiraling in that way, I just said, nope, you're done. You're just going to not stream today. Take a step back, breather, do some other stuff. So I uploaded yesterday's VOD. I can show this off because I don't know exactly where I'm going to place it. Um, whether it's going to be like a tier 2 emote or something. I did this little, oops, there we go. How about I grab the tab? There we go. I drew this little emote for Kethin eating an apple. He's obsessed with apples. So I don't know if this is going to be tier 2 or if I'll change it to tier 1 and move um a couple of the tier 1s into like the follower emotes and stuff like that. I'm kind of debating if I want to move like the ones of my avatar into like the free, because like basically playing the gotchas right now, I think having everybody be able to use the pray emote's a good idea. I think, it's just like, GG's, good job, the thumbs up. That's another one of loose. So that might be a thing. I'm not really sure. But I was working on this yesterday. All the while I was thinking about it. And I then eventually just went, okay, I need to log into the accounts and do my stuff. And for this account specifically, I went, all right, I'm just going to condense my resin, hand it in, done. Because again, this account was the thing that was giving me the headache. I saw I had 5 condensed resin, and my reaction was, well, fuck me, I guess. And that's when I paused and went, I need to step away from the free to play account, at least for a little while. At least for a little while, because again, my main account is my main account. I want to maintain it. I want to be able to, do all the stuff on it. So I was like, okay, that's where we'll start today. So if you're stepping away from it, why are you on the account? Well, because I want to talk about the account and just go through some stuff. And I've gone through a little bit of checklists and stuff like that, doing a little bit of a retrospective on how the account began and whatever. And it is going to get repeated, but I think it's important to repeat it because it is a reminder of why I started the account and stuff. And just to see from how that concept and what I thought I wanted or what I expected it to be and where it is now. Now we can see that I'm halfway to AR 59 or 60, excuse me. I am AR 59. So that's actually kind of impressive to me. Like, I feel that it's hard to actually think about that because, like, I'm pretty sure I hit AR 60 earlier this year on my main account. So it's kind of funny to see that I'm back at that point again on this account. And this account is a year and a half old, just about, or is. Let's see. May, June, July. Yeah, about a year and a half. About a year and a half. September will be a half. So we'll do dailies here. We'll do routine stuff as we talk about it. I don't think I logged in too late to actually not get everything. But again, I don't really shouldn't really matter too much. Like if we go down here, I'll have 4, I think. Yeah. So we'll just do that. Will I spend the resin? Yes, I'll be good and actually do all the things. Since at least on stream, I won't log into it. It's kind of like I want to be able to just go, oh, I didn't go into the alt, oh well, kind of thing. It is free to play. The resources are way more important. So like to get those dailies done, to get those primos, because guess what? You can't recover that. You can't go, oh, I'm just gonna swipe my problems away with $1. Does that even give you 60? I don't even know. I don't even remember what the dollar gives you. But let me first and foremost say this. Free to play players are a completely different breed. You all love the challenge, okay? And I will put that in a positive column to Genshin itself as a game. Because no, you don't have to spend any money on this game. You don't. But it does mean you have to play a lot smarter. You have to play a lot smarter. And how you pull and who you pull. And that kind of leads me to other questions I have to those who are free to play. It's like, how do you decide who to pull for? Because here's the this is now the sad truth of it, because it's going to depend on what, in my opinion, what you want to do with the game. If you're just going through the game just for the sake of exploration, because it is a huge ass world, in the story itself, which is fantastic. I can't wait to see what happens when it all ties together. How did you miss? When it all ties together, I'm so interested in seeing how it concludes and stuff like that. I'm looking forward to it. You want to do more than that. You want to do the Spiral Abyss. You want to do Stygian Onslaught at the higher difficulties. Easy mode seems easy mode. I say easy mode, but it's technically hard mode. Just to get the primos, you're cool. But like if you want to do, floor 12 of the Abyss, or even menacing on Stygian Onslaught, it's going to take a different kind of investment. And knowing what characters are good, what characters are what that was weird. I don't want to say knowing the meta, but it's probably the best way to say it. And not really pulling for the characters you really liked. Especially with like older DPSs. At this point, I don't know if Zhao is going to have a separate rerun anymore, considering his last rerun was in the Chronicle Wish, for an example. So it seems like Chronicle Wish is going to be their thing to make the older characters rerun. But even in that instance, is it a good idea to pull on that banner to get an older character that scaling isn't up to snuff anymore. And I think that's where the game does kind of get a frowny face because there's so many cool characters. Again, the start of this account was on the Chronicle Wish for Mondstadt. I wanted Klee. Like, since meeting Klee and that little quest that she had, and she felt so bad about blowing up the Abyss Mage. I was just like, I love her. She's adorable. I loved her skin as well. And again, when it comes to being free to play, I would point out if I had the extra scratch to do it, and if I did get Klee, I would have bought the skin because I think it's adorable. And I would have preferred that over her normal skin. But that means you're not free to play. You spend money on it. Uh, no, my definition of free to play is um, staying true to like wishes and stuff like that. Like anything that could actually benefit gameplay, like getting a character and stuff like that. Then I would consider it not being free to play. A skin is simply cosmetic. It does absolutely nothing. So who the F cares? But again, that's just me. But that's also like a sad truth of the state of the game in and of itself with the power creep. And it was slowly approaching that at the start of Natlan. You know, near the end of Fontaine, we had the HP inflation start. And you had to actually sorry, spam call. So yeah, we had the start of the HP inflation during Fontaine for the Spiral Abyss, and it did uh, result in me actually having to upgrade characters and figuring out what was wrong with builds. So, for an example, my Arlecchino, much like a lot of people's Arlies, now the difference with me was that I did have the Jade Spear. I wasn't using White Tassel, but I had Gladiator on her. And don't get me wrong, Gladiator's not a bad set for her, but it is a stepping stone set while you farm Whimsy. They left a message. All right, taking bets. What do we think this message is? Yesterday, I got a spam call saying that this was like the 10th time they tried to call me about a 50% discount off of Comcast. By the way, the AI voice was very rude. Let's see. Let's see what it is. I have to wonder how many people they get with that. So it was, I kid you not, 30 seconds worth of like on hold music, and then an AI voice saying that it was a call for the authorization of roughly $1,500 for Apple MacBook for off of Amazon. I wonder how many people how many people fall for that. But yes, what I was saying before that they tried to scam me out of my monies, was that HP inflation did actually cause me to have to rethink stuff. And like I said, Arlie was one of those that did need to get upgraded onto Whimsy. And even though my stats weren't as good, quote unquote, um, the passive for Whimsy and stuff like that, the four piece, actually made up the difference. So I was like, okay, this is roughly where I'm at, and I can actually improve on this. So I mean, she was getting on Whimsy around that time. And when Emily came out, I was gonna have to go back in and farm Reverie anyway, so I was able to upgrade Arlecchino even more, as well as get some good pieces for Emily. Emily was actually one of the first characters that I got on my main, where I was just like, okay, I have practically everything for her. And when I didn't, it was just like, okay, just go in, get it, all said and done. I had zero issues making sure she was double crowned, level 90 out of the gate. Because I got her like literally right after doing the month of ley lines. So I had resources. One of the only times that's ever happened. But it did make it so that, like, now granted, I default to Arlie and Nuvi all the time because I like them. They are the ones that are built. But let's face it, they're also newer DPSs. Like, it's hard to believe that they're basically, going to be 2 years old at this point. But mm, sorry, I'm getting distracted a little bit because that's now like the second time I've gone to like go on to the gun and it's not letting me. Like she just stands there for a second and I have to hit the button again. But yeah, I do gravitate those towards those two. Skirk's gonna fall into that mix, and stuff like that. But the reason I bring that up more so is because of Sino. So Sino was probably there's two characters I did this to. Sino and Alhaitham. So we got Sumeru DPSs. Sino was a good pickup for me when I got him. He was still doing very well. He made it so I could clear the abyss. Not 36 star, but he made it so I could clear the abyss on my own. Because he was strong. But as the HP increased and stuff like that, now granted, my Cynos build is not terrific. And I'm talking about the Gilded Dreams I had him on, because I went to Alhaitham. Not actually doing my research enough to realize that, oh, he probably should be on Thundering Fury if he doesn't have Staff of Scarlet Sands. Because I read that way later. And I was like, oh, whoops. But you know what? You live and learn. But with the newer inflations and stuff like that, anytime I've tried to use Sino, it hasn't felt good. Some things have been fun on the overworld and stuff like that, sure, but I can't take him into the abyss anymore. And it makes me a little bit sad. I have a little bit of problems, running Alhaitham. Alhaitham's a silly little boy. Um, but, he was getting the job done as a Dendro DPS. So it's one of the reasons I did skip Kniech, other than, oh, I don't like Kniech's gameplay. But even Alhaitham's fallen off with the HP inflation. And it's sad because I've wanted Alhaitham since I met him in the story. Plus, he's husbando, and I am a husbando connoisseur, so I, wanted to get him anyway. but I think more so with Alhaitham than Sino. Like, I, yeah, Alhaitham came after Arlecchino. Um, so I had Newbie, I had Arlecchino, so I had two solid DPSs already. Alhaitham was still pretty strong when I got him, but it's at that point where I was like, yeah, I have some good teams. I can do stuff. I had Navia as well, without even meaning to. So, I had other characters that could fill that role. So on my main account, I could look at it and be like, well, what's coming? Do I want to have the funsies and stuff like that? I could afford to do that, for the most part, because yes, I can spend on that account. So, maybe I do want to spend a little bit just to have a character I really like. Would they be for the Abyss? Probably not, but I could just run around as them on the overworld and just have a good old time. Hello, how you doing? But with the free to play account, it's a lot harder to justify something like that. Even if I did get Klee, um, I don't think I would still be playing her outside of just like running around on the overworld. So it would still be a little bit of a miss. Doing all right, doing all right. So that's why I posed the question originally with free to play. How do you go about choosing the characters you want? And this can include, obviously, like, oh, I take a look at leaks and stuff like that to get all the information possible. And that's where I wish Hoyo would release information willingly, as stuff progresses through beta and everything, to like show prelims of the kits or something. What the? Oh, okay. I see what happened. I had to turn this down for Honkai Star Rail. I tend to play classic JRPGs. I played through Chrono Trigger and Breath of Fire 2 were the last two I did. I also played through Disgaea 1 at one point. So I'll probably go to another classic RPG soon-ish. I've been planning on playing through the OG FF7 soon, because I haven't played that in years. I do. Monday through Friday. Typically, I go live at 8 a.m. EST till 2. This week, I am going live at 9. This has to do with the special program for Genshin Impact being on Friday. Just so I can keep. What the hell was that, Chelska? So I can keep my farming schedule a little bit consistent. And that is done. Okay. So yeah, like I'm just kind of curious on how anyone that does free to play, how you go about it. Like how structured are you? Do you look at a character and just go, I like the way they look, I want to do that, and not care about the end game? Or do you actually stop and think about what the kits are and seeing how they play, whether that be through leaks? And I'm not afraid to say that, that might actually be a positive thing because, you have to hold on to your resources at that point. And again, I wish that Hoyo would actually release information a little bit at a time so they don't have to worry about the leakers. They're putting the information out themselves.
Gaining some altitude can bring some perspective.
Let's go finish this. Weapon must be a sword. Okay. Oh wait, I have to do that one first. Huh. Okay. All right, once we do this, I want to actually comb through the account a little bit. I do not. I have actually never played Stardew. I've played Harvest Moon, but not Stardew. Oh, yeah, I need Paimon's camera on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You give me a bajillion cameras. It's hard to keep track, game. We have sword. We need claymore. I forget. Do I have D-Loop on this account? I don't.
I got you, boss.
Perfect. There you go, Kai. Uh, 19 to 21. Oopsies. Well, that's beyond 21, so we gotta reset the clock again. There we go. I'm not interested. I do all my own art. Let's put back in Charlotte.
Let's get this interview started.
And we'll just change to Farina. And hit the correct button. Oh, that's actually kind of neat. You get to see the arc. We'll save that one. That one's kind of neat. All right, so before we just finish out with this account on with the resin and stuff like that, going back to what I was talking about before, how this account started was because I had recently left my office job and my husband suggested doing streaming. And I was like, okay, well, maybe if I start a second account on Genshin and not use my main. This way, my main was originally just left for me to do what I wanted. And I would have all plethora of stuff to do on a new account because I hadn't done anything, you know? And the Chronicle Wish was coming out. The first Chronicle Wish was for Mondstadt. And on paper, and this is why it was so appealing. On paper, it sounded like the perfect start for someone coming in brand new. Because even if you got someone like Mika or Eula, and yes, I'm naming those two specifically, you still had access to their leveling materials. Eula's boss is in Dragonspine, which sucks ass, but it's there. It's easy to get to. It's part of Mondstadt. And then Mika's boss is out in Sumeru with the Weenut. And it's a trek, but you can get there. The reason this is brought up is because on my main, when I first started, I got Toma. Toma, we can't use that button, has these things. And I remember running around Mondstadt, a little bit of leeway, going, where the heck are these things? Why can't I find these mushrooms? Not realizing that he was Inazuma. And you're locked out of getting anything from Inazuma. Okay, you're getting just as bad as freaking Dahlia. You can't get anything from Inazuma until you unlock it. Every other region you can just run to. After there's a quest you could start in fairly early on. I think it's around AR 8 or so. It's fairly early. Catherine will send you out to Leeway to talk to the Catherine there, and then once you do that, the world is open to you except for Inazuma. So when starting this account, the two limited banner characters were Ito and the first run of Chiori, both of which are Inazuma. So as a new player, as much as cool as they look, you weren't going to get them past level 40 for a while. For a while. So the Mondstadt Chronicle Wish sounded very good. I do question having Beacon of the Red Sea and Hunter's Path on there in terms of weapons because they were Sumeru and their respective characters weren't on that Chronicle Wish. So I debate that decision. But you had the standard weapons, you had those two. I think those are the only two that were really like stand out. Okay, Toma, stop nomming. Stop it. You stay there. So that's what I did. I decided I wanted to go for Klee and we would try the Chronicle Wish. And even still, the Chronicle Wish, again, on paper, sounded like a smart idea. Because not only could you get characters like Bennett and Sucrose, Rosaria, you could get constellations for your starter 3. And I got C1 Lisa, I think my first character on the Chronicle Wish. And I was like, oh, that makes that even better because the pool of 4 stars was significantly smaller than the standard banner. So this meant not only did you have a good chance of getting Bennett, you actually had a solid chance of getting one of the starter 3 should you actually wanted to get their constellations. Lucky for me, a lot of those ended up being Kaya, one of my favorite characters and one character I actually use. So I was like, okay, cool. But my experience with the Chronicle Wish wasn't great. Despite everything looking good on paper and even that little nugget of knowing that I could get constellations for the starter 3, all I ended up getting was constellations. And not necessarily for the starter 3. Most of them were Kaya's, thankfully. But ended up getting Diona off of, I think, the standard banner. And I got constellations on the Chronicle Wish. I got Kaya's constellations on the Chronicle Wish. I got the Lisa, and I want to say Mika was the only other one that I got, and that was it. I didn't get Sucrose. I don't think I got Sucrose on the Chronicle Wish. I think I got her off standard. I didn't get Fischl. I didn't get Bennett. I didn't get any of those characters that are like, man, these are goated. And it's like, how is that possible? How is that even possible with such a smaller pool of things you could get? Now, weapons, on the other hand, I got to double check. I don't remember if I did or not. I don't think I did because it looks like the Fav. No, I didn't. So, funnily enough, I actually didn't get the sword. I got the bow, and did I get the... I wanted to say I got, like, 2 different weapons. I know I got the bow. I don't think it was the book. Maybe I did only get the one. Which, that makes that even worse, actually. Yeah, I didn't even get the book. So, I guess early on, around the Mondstadt, the start of the game, you had weapons like the alley flash, and like I said, I did get the bow. Where is it? We're on. Yeah, the bow's right here. The waltz here. If I had gotten alley flash, I wouldn't have been too mad because I guess that's the highest base attack for a 4-star weapon. Which you could, if you get enough ER on Bennett, you can run and up his buff. But all I got like were weapons, which leaves me wondering what the heck did I keep getting when I was going for Cleat? Because I don't have R3 sack, I don't have R5 Fav bow. I do have quite a few Fav swords, so that might have been it. That I kept seeing a Fav sword, which I shouldn't complain about. But when you're starting out, you want actually characters to add onto your roster. And I just kept getting like nothing. So it wasn't a good feeling to not be able to up what I was trying to do. And then when it finally came to get the 5-star, I ended up losing to Eula. Which, kudos to Chronicle Wish. It's not the typical standard 5-star pool you can lose to. You lose to the other limited characters on the Chronicle Wish. So I literally got the best case scenario upon a 50-50 loss. What could have been bad was that if I got Albedo, I don't think that would have been good, like at all. Just because I have nothing for Albedo. Unfortunately, Eula is, even though she was the best case scenario, um, she she fell off hard. And again, I've said it before. I'll repeat it time and time again. She might be cryo, but she's not really cryo. She's physical. She's literally there for like shatter. So it's kind of that forgotten element or reaction and stuff like that. So she can put out some numbers if you really, really invest. I tried. She was good for the. When I got her, she was good. To go through up through Inazuma? I'm trying to remember who I had in Sumeru. I might have actually taken her through Sumeru. Um, that would be I need to go back to the VODs and figure out where I stopped trying to use her. I know Natlan, when that came out, is really when I stopped using her. So, but for a while, that's what I had for a DPS. I had Eula. I ended up getting Sing Cho, so I could do freeze and shatter. I had Mika, so I had the not only heals for her, but I had attack speed. Um, but after that, the next banner was the rerun of Nivelette and Kazuha. And another thing I decided with this account was that I wanted to play characters I wouldn't normally get or I was planning on skipping. So, for an example, Nouvellette is my main on my main account. So, as much as I love him, I wanted a different character as a DPS. Supports were different. You grab the supports so you have the playmates for the DPS you want. And I was like, okay, I need to grab Kazuha because Kazuha was one of the best supports. Managed to win 50-50. Great. We got Kazuha. And then the next banner, I believe, was Arlie. And I tried to pull for Arlecchino. This would have been one of the first overlaps if I would manage the 5-star and potentially winning the 50-50. But that didn't happen. I got her on my main, didn't get her on here. So the next banner after that was Wanderer and Baiju, I believe. And I went for Baiju because I knew I wanted Farina. Farina had yet to get her second rerun. Her first rerun before the end of Fontaine. And I was like, I'm going to gun for Farina. I know Baiju works with her very, very well. This should be a no bueno. Got Baiju, dipped out, didn't touch Wanderer. Farina ran with Seedween. Did I skip Alhaitham? I honestly don't remember if I tried for Clarand on this account the first time she came out, or if I just saved for Farina. I might have just saved for Farina. But again, it's one of those things of grab the supports, and she is a fantastic support. And she actually does really great off-field DPS. Solid. And then we had Navia and Nilu. I skipped both. I had Navia on my main, so I didn't want to do that. And I'm not a huge fan of Nilu. So it's just like, all right. Skip. We have Emily and Yelan. I went for Emily on my main because I wanted to do burning with Arlie and wanted to try to do that. And I was just like, okay, I planned on getting Kaniche, and she probably was going to be a support for Kaniche, which she was. So that was the plan on the main. On this account, I was like, I don't know when Nahita's going to rerun. Emily might be a good alternative for an off-field Dendro, and I ended up losing to Tainari. Hold up a sec. Blam. So I ended up losing to Tainari. And instead of being like, yeah, blah, 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 it gave me a DPS. So again, this was almost the best case scenario upon a loss. Because it gave me a DPS, and I'm like, we're going to play the cards we're dealt. And I built Tainari. We then get into Natland. I had a guarantee, and I go for Mualani. Because one, the other character was Kazuha. Had Kazuha. But my brain went, we can probably build Mualani like Nuvolette. At least at the start. Like that's it's like the stepping stone. You know what I mean? That stepping stone. No, you can't. So I had pieces of Maruchuse Hunter for her. I ran her with Farina. The only thing I knew is that she did want to vape, and I think I was running Kazuha and Bennett because we needed the heals for Farina. Bennett, outside of that, didn't do anything for her. And it wasn't great. Although, oh my god. I'll actually have to go back into the VOD. So I just realized something. When I realized that Farina wasn't going to work, like playing her like Nuvi, in a sense, I took her off Maruchuse Hunter, replaced Farina with Zhang Ling, and stuff. And then I was like, oh, she needs help because she keeps getting knocked off her freaking shark. So I used Baiju just so I had some healed, a little bit of shield. Zhang Ling and Dea. I grabbed Dea as my free 5-star. Now, what I was just going to say about the damage, there was at one point I was hitting 400k with her shark, which she decided she wanted to crit. She was using the wit set, so her crit damage was up. I need to go back to the VODs way back when, and check her build. Because originally, again, I had her on Maruchuse Hunter, but if I move Farina, that doesn't matter. You're not going to get the crit because her HP isn't bouncing. I had her on 2-piece Heart of Depth for Hydro, and I'm blanking on what the other 2-piece was. It might have been Millilith for HP. And I almost wonder if I had a decent build enough to do that with the 2-piece. I have to go back and check. And if that's the case, it's sad that I'm not hitting that with Codex, if that was the case. But I had Mualani, and I was just like, okay, it's taking some getting used to. She is very wonky. To this day, I do state that. I love her character. I love her design and everything. But play-wise, I don't like her. Trying to catch the puffer fish. Sometimes that thing just wants to take a walk. It needs time to think away from Mualani. And she gets off the shark. And it's just like, oh, well, there goes my DPS. And then when she wants to launch the shark, sometimes it too wants time away from Mualani and doesn't even come back to hit the freaking enemy. So I do have, I talked about regret pulls before, and Mualani for me kind of falls into that. I've been trying and trying and trying to make her good. Um, and I just can't do it. And it wasn't just me. My husband tried this too. We went into the abyss, this current abyss that's catered to Night Soul on the second side, and she could not 3-star it. I got 2 stars on chamber 1, 2 stars on chamber 3, and 1 star on chamber 2 because she just kept missing her crits. She missed her burst. Like it just was horrible. And you think it would be fine. She wasn't the only Night Soul character in her party. She runs Shalonen. So I don't know what happened on Chamber 2. Chamber 3, I did get hosed out of that 3rd star because I was going to go do the last hit and I got knocked off my shark. And I was like, "Thank you. You're a terrific game. I love you." But this was the third DPS we got and probably the actual first heavy hitter. She was doing 100K pretty early on with minimal effort, like I said, on that two piece. So, I couldn't really complain. And she had the Witsith. Again, I built the Witsith thinking I was going to run her more so like Nuvi. And my Nuvi at the time was on a Witsith. I know that sounds really strange. Not many people do that. They just leave them with the prototype Amber or they have the Sack Jade. So I was like, okay, well, we got one heavy hitter here. That's good. Skipped Kanich, skipped Raiden. I debated Raiden only because my official was C0. And I was just like, what would be better, official or Raiden for Tainari? And ultimately, I decided to skip Raiden in favor of going for Shalonen. Because again, she's a really good support. She's a good healer. She would pair with Farina. Again, that's more for on field. She only heals on field. She doesn't do off field healing like Baiju, but you can get her healing up really stupid easy because all she wants is defense. So I was like, yeah, that'll be good. And we can do Shred with Mualani for Mualani rather. And I was just like, yep, this will be good. We'll run Dea, Shalonen, Zhang Ling, and Mualani. And for a bit, it was really good. And then I started seeing a lot more inconsistencies with the performance. And again, I'm gonna have to go back. I need to find when did I get Mualani? I'm gonna have to go to the character archive for that. Hang on. This is just so I can actually go back on the VODs and take a look. Okay, it would be somewhere in the September, October VODs, I think, where I would see those damages. So, bring back my characters, thank you. So, Mualani's team was pretty much set. She had, I believe at that point, was getting on Codex, and I know I was actually adjusting stuff. So at that point, the next characters. Okay, I know what this was. So Shalonen ran with Chiori. And I just decided Chiori was worth pulling for because I realized that Chiori was free to play friendly in terms of actually equipping her. She can run Harbinger of Dawn, which everybody has. I had a fully leveled one because it's what I used on Kaya. So I was like, okay, you could do that. She can use Golden Troop as a set, which I had already farmed because of Fischl and Farina. So if I needed to farm more, oh no, I get to upgrade Fischl and Farina. Could I have run not Heart of Depth? That's the wrong set. Dusk. Could I run Husk? Dusk, yeah. Husk of Opulent Dreams. Yes, I could actually farm Husk. I didn't necessarily need the Ocean Hued Clam, but I could have. So she would actually have been easy enough to build, especially because all she really wants is defense and crit. I can give you the defense, not necessarily the crit, but I could do the defense. And I didn't have a Geo DPS yet. I still don't, because remember, I didn't go for Navia. So I was like, okay, I'll go for Chiori. 20 pity. I lost to C1 Dea. But I decided to use the guarantee on phase 2, which was Nahida. And Nahida was specifically for Tainari, because Tainari was still one of the better characters we had built. Because before I got Tainari, now we're going to ignore the weapon, the rank on it, but I had an Amos bow. That was the first 5-star weapon on this account. And getting Tainari was just like, oh my gosh, I have a 5-star character with a 5-star weapon. It's not their SIG, but I had it. So this actually was very good. So I made the spread aggravate team with Kuki and Fischl and Nahida for Tainari. We also did have a couple different Hyper Blooms. We had Hyper Bloom with Sing Cho, and we had Hyper Bloom with Farina. But obviously, if I run Farina, I 100% needed Baiju. I actually needed Baiju over Kuki. But, Kuki can work in a pinch. I think my Kuki was just slightly less built at the time. So, all said and good. Then we got Chaska, who, funnily enough, became my main on this account. Chaska, I remember hearing about the gun and thinking it was stupid. I remember going on Twitter and randomly getting leaks of the footage of the gun and went, that looks dumb. She finally arrives. We do the trial. Oh my God, this is fun. This is so much fun. And she's easy to use. All she needs is a rainbow in her team, and she is golden. The fact that she is able to run Farina is awesome. So for me, Farina didn't get really wasted. At this point, Eula had been benched. I built Chaska, and I even pulled on the weapon banner. Why? Because the Amos bow is okay on her. Like, I could throw it on her. She'd get an extra attack, whatever. But she can't really utilize it. And then you could say the same thing about First Grip Magic. But that was the whole point. She was running with Linny. And so both weapons on the weapon banner were bows. First Great Magic is actually a great stat stick for her, and that was the best case scenario should I had lost. And that's what happened. I lost to First Great Magic. But I didn't have enough wishes to continue wishing to get her weapon. So I took the quote unquote L, gave her First Great Magic, and I've used First Great Magic on Tainari too. And the thing is, First Great Magic actually would work better on Tainari just because Tainari at least has one other Dendro with him. Whereas Chaska doesn't run a second Animo. She, has a rainbow. So she's clearly just using it as a crit damage stat stick. But you know what? She did excellent. I cannot complain at all. So what came next? Well, that was Zhongli and Neuvillette. And again, I wasn't going for Nuvi because I wanted different characters. But Zhongli was there going, I'm a really good shield. You loved my shield when you first started playing the game. And I'm like, I did love your shield. I would love your shield on this account. And I did like a couple pulls, I think, on Zhongli's banner. And then they revealed, here's the Archon, here's Malvika, and here's Sitlali. And I'm with everybody. Hoyo, screw you for doing that. You couldn't just separate them. No, you had to have them on the same banner. You had to have them on the first phase so you didn't even get the benefit from Lantern Rite. Excuse me. Ugh. I don't mind my coffee creamer. Side note, I don't know if people have seen it. Again, I'll say this. I'm not a fan of Harry Potter. I really haven't been. But I actually want to say it's Coffee Mate. That might be why. But I think it's Coffee Mate that had a creamer that it shows a white chocolate frog. I don't know what that significant is to Harry Potter, but the flavor is white chocolate peppermint. So I have my International Delights mocha with that in it, so it makes like a peppermint bark. On the initial taste, you get peppermint, and then you get super sweet, and then you get an aftertaste of like, um, I don't want to say alcohol, but you'll know what I mean. Like when you have like the pumps like that, the alcoholic flavors. Extract. That's the word I wanted. It was like a peppermint extract. So it has a very harsh bite. It's a roller coaster of flavors. So yeah, I went for Malvika when she first ran. And this is where I started to really feel the burnout. So the account hadn't even been a year old. Not necessarily caught up at that point. I think I just finished Sumeru. I hadn't started Fontaine, but you could quick start Natlan, and it was better to do that because you got rewarded Primo Gems for doing that. And I grinded, in the capacity that I could. Could I have just sat there and played for 12 hours? Yes, my PlayStation wouldn't have liked it. I could have, but it wouldn't have liked it. And not to mention, you gotta remember, I still had my other account. I still have my main account that I have to farm on. And that banner specifically, because we had all this stuff for Nouvellette, and I did stop pulling on his banner a couple days before it ran out. As much as I would have loved to have tried for C5, I did want to save for Sitlali because Sitlali was a playmate for Newbie. I wanted her originally for Arlecchino, but her C1 was a playmate for Newbie. And I was like, anything that keeps him relevant, I want. And I had to make sure I farmed. So trying to do it, the farming on both accounts was rough. So the farming I was able to do for this account, because it took me to almost hard pity. It was at 78 pity that I got the 5-star. And I lost to Tanari. Couldn't be mad, too mad. We were using Tanari. He was now C1. It just sucked that it was at the end of Malvika's banner. And it took to almost hard pity. And I lost. But we had a guarantee now going into Arlecchino and Clarand. Now, since this was the reruns of these two characters, again, I was like, this is the sad thing. I should have gone for Arlie just because I need a pyro DPS. I apologize. My throat is very dry. Um, I opted to go for Clarand. Now, originally when Clarand ran, I did not like her gameplay because I didn't understand it. My husband had pulled Clarand, so he has had some gameplay with her and went, what you do is this. And I was like, oh, that feels so much better. And I was like, yeah, I could go for Clarand. So I pulled on Clarand. And we didn't see a 5-star out of all the stuff I had pulled or farmed. So the next one, I believe, was Verissa. Right? It was on a guarantee. Who am I missing? Because I was smart. I did not go for the Chronicle Wish that time. I want to say it was Veresa. Was it Veresa or Escoffier? Oh my god, don't say only it was Escoffier because I definitely screwed up. But out of all the characters I have, or was it Farina? I'm trying to actually remember without actually having to look it up. Because, like I said, we have the guarantee on the loss from Malvika. Because then it was Early and Clarand. Then I want to say it was Veresa. Yeah, I do want to say it's that. Yeah, Varese came before Escoffier. And the only reason I'm remembering that now is because I used my guarantee on my main for losing for Varese on that. So I'm still missing one somewhere. Was it? Huh. Where was the Risley Farina rerun? Because we pulled on that and we won Farina because we went for C1 Farina as well. But either way, we got um Varese, which was a huge win. It's a huge win. I'm still not very good with her, but she does do a heck of a lot of damage. It actually, I was using basically the newbie premium team except for Eonson. Yeah, I think Varese's team was her, Eonson, Kazuha, and Shalonen. Very simple team, very fun to use, but it wasn't doing the oomph of damage in some cases, which caused me to have to level a team comp I hate. I do not like Overload because in situations where you have a bunch of enemies, like in the Spiral Abyss, they just get knocked around everywhere and they get moved away from you. And it's like, get back over here. On a single target enemy, if it's a boss, it's fine. I don't mind it then. But given the way the Abyss kind of goes sometimes, where it's like, here's a little group of enemies. I don't care if it's three, group of three, still a group of three. And then you go to the boss because that's just the way it's been going lately, right? But this was a huge win for the account. This meant that it's like, oh, look, she has to use the Wit Sith. Okay, well, I have an HP weapon for Mualani. That's not bad. And with a lot of testing that my husband and I both did, and I've done a lot of testing on stream itself for her damage, it was just to see what happened. The Wit Sith, I finally mispronounced Wit Sith. The Wit Sith causes a lot of problems because its debut. So you have three things it can go into, right? You have an increased attack, you have increased all elemental damage, and then you have elemental mastery. Mualani can utilize two of these. Erasa can use all three. And for sake of argument and transparency, Nuvolite can only really use the middle one. If you're running his premium team, it's pretty much this one and that's it. So yes, I was using it pretty much for the crit damage stat stick on him when I changed him to it. But funnily enough, and this is from my experience, not everybody isn't it more than likely had to do with the rest of my build versus other people's. When he hit the other two, so the attack or the elemental mastery, his damage was the same as it was with the prototype amber. So yeah. That was the reason I just left him with it instead of turning him back to it. But for this account and stuff like that, since Varese can use all three, this kind of went to her. The HP one went to Mualani, and I slowly stopped using Mualani. I primarily just use Chaska because I find her more fun. And again, she's a rainbow, and I can go, oh, I can't use Cryo for some reason. I put in Bennett. Like even just putting in like Baiju, she doesn't get the bullet for Dendro, but he still worked as a healer with Farina. And I could still do reactions with the bullets and stuff like that with Farina and Auroron or whoever else I wanted to throw in. So who was after Varesa? The sadness begins. All right. So after Varesa, we had Escoffier. And my little brain went, well, I'm not going to go for Skirk on this account because I'm going for her on my main. I've been waiting for Skirk. And I'm a dum-dum. Hi, honey. How you doing? Scream. So why am I a dum-dum when it came to Escoffier? For some reason, my brain only triggered that she was a support for Skirk and not an upgrade to Charlotte. Because had I gotten Escoffier, not only would I get off-field cryo damage, I would actually up Farina's damage. Plus the damage probably from the ice bullet from Chaska. Oops. Still busy. Just still busy? I'm hoping it calms down by tomorrow. Cause like, yeah, okay, Monday was the day after move-in. Tuesday is a little bit of a slide. It's like, okay, it's still a little bit, not too bad. Today is in the middle of the week. Why is it still busy? But hopefully it'll be quiet tomorrow. Me too. So that was a big mistake. That was definitely probably the biggest mistake I made for this account. I should have gone for Escoffier. It didn't matter if I gone for her weapon. Her weapon was really good, by the way, and it would have actually helped out, like, even Chaska, because it gives an attack buff. Hell, I could have actually thrown it onto Eonson and buffed Veresa with it. That was actually a really good weapon, too. But if I had to only had enough for 1 5-star, it should have gone towards Veresa, not Veresa, Escopier. And I didn't do that. And I think that was the biggest mistake on this account. And that's again where I feel it not having that. So then we tried for Skirk because I had watched a video by Volty. And if you haven't seen him, go check him out. He actually does some fun stuff over on YouTube. And he showed off basically a free-to-play friendly Skirk build that did not have Escoffier. Now, Skirk is very niche in the fact that she wants only Hydro and Cryo. So if we look at this account here, we have Farina. So yes, that would take Farina away from Chaska, but Chaska has the benefit of being able to use Bennett as well. So I have a support for her and an attack buff. So we moved Farina to Skirk. We have Sing Cho. She doesn't necessarily need Sing Cho, but we could utilize him. And we would move, say, we have Layla if I wanted to use a shield. If we're using Farina, we would want to use Mika or Charlotte. Mika probably, unfortunately, would be the best option out of the characters I have. For the enhanced attack speed. And for anyone going, well, what about Dahlia? Well, I hit the 5-star and lost. Skirk to Tainari. To see 2 Tainari. And I didn't get a single Dahlia. Tuska can use Eonson too. Yep. So that would be the other thing too. All depending on the team comps I would be running. If I was still running Chaska, I could use Eonson if I wasn't using Veresa. So there was options there, especially for Chaska, because again, Chaska loves a rainbow. So she was golden. She was set. So I had even pre-farmed stuff for Skirk. I had a set of Marchese Hunter because she was going to be running with Farina. So again, stopgap artifacts. I would have her on Marchese Hunter until I could actually get a set for Finale of the Deep for her. And at the same time, I would be farming for Veresa for her set because right now she's on Codex. But that didn't happen. And I also made Finale of the Deep the actual sword for her as well because that was actually a decent sword for Skirk. Not getting Skirk hurt a lot because like I said, even with that free-to-play build, it sucks that I wouldn't have a Escoffier, but I did have Farina. It was one of the heaviest hitting damage dealers they've released since Malvika. And I missed out. because I lost. And it was, again, near the end of the banner. I was grinding my ass off. And I lost to Tainari. But we had the guarantee. We had the guarantee. And the next step was Malvika. Because it was Malvika and Emily. And as much as I was doing grinding, I didn't get enough wishes to see the 5-star to get Malvika. And that's the second time I missed Malvika. And I'll still throw in that it was a loss to Tainari of all things. And when it was like, that's the final wish, didn't see the gold. It's like the account is bricked. It feels bad trying to do anything that's not the overworld. And let's not even point out the fact that I'm farming, trying to farm these primos yesterday out in Fontaine, find a puzzle I haven't done. I was like, oh, this is the one I remember. And oh, yeah, do I remember it? And having Farina die on top of the water because of the stupid cannons. Like, that was, oh, that. Yeah, I'm laughing because if I don't laugh, I cry. So losing Malvika, it was going into Sitlali and Effa, and it's like, okay, do we jump on to the Nod Cry meta here with the lunar reactions? And I went for an Effa, but again, this took like 76 pity. Like, no, it wasn't even 76. I think it was again 78. It was a lot. And in terms of build, like her artifacts or whatever, because her set's not out yet. So you're just doing whatever. I have her on a two piece. I think it's a 2-piece gladiator, 2-piece wondrous troop or something. So it's 2-piece attack and then 2-piece EM. And then I have her with Kitan. She doesn't do too bad. She's actually really good with Chaska. She adds a little bit of defense. She adds a lot more off-field damage and stuff like that. And I can run her with other compositions. I was trying to actually in Imaginary Theater, I did get to play with her with Eula, which was kind of fun, but again, damage is a little bit inflated because of the buffs. And she's not a bad pull. Again, she sets up for Nod Cry. On this account, I was going to go for Lauma over Flynn's, because I'm going for Flynn's on my main. But does that fall into that other thing too? It's like, well, maybe you should go for Flynn's because you need more DPS. It's like, well, I already have an Electro DPS with Varesa, and I don't need DPS, the same element quadrupled onto each other. But in this instance, because it's just like I really wanted to up Chaska. But Chaska took so long to rerun. I'm having that same feeling that I did when I pulled for Zhao on my main. So before the Chronicle Wish was released, Chronicle Wish. So it was just before this account was made. Zhao ran for Lantern Right alongside Yemiko. And the 4 stars on that banner were Xinyan. It was Xinyan, Yao Yao, and Ningguang. And I'm looking at that going, well, the only one that's really good, quote unquote, is Yao Yao. But for me, it made no sense just because I had Baiju. So every pull I did on that account for Zhao felt awful. And the worst part is I had everything for Zhao. Artifacts aside, I had everything for Zhao. I had Cloud Retainer, I had C6 Pharaohs on, and I even had the Jade Spear. So it made sense to try for him, but it just felt worse and worse every freaking pull. And as much as I would want a constellation for Chaska, and even the fact that the 4 stars on this banner are actually good, because the 4 stars on this banner, those who may be coming back and taking a look, we're gonna go to Chaska, are really good. This account does not have C6 Bennett. I would even want just C5. And it has Auroron and it has Aoife. The 4-star portion of it doesn't feel bad to pull on. So why does it feel bad? If you said it's because it's right before Nod Cry, you'd be right. I like Chaska. I love using Chaska. But it's that struggle of, is it really worth putting all the pulls into trying to get her C1? And we're on 50-50. So even if I lost, it sets up for Not Cry. Okay, cool. But who remembers what I was originally going to do? It was this. Now, the fact that it has Fab Lance and Fab Sword is actually a plus, because refinements on those weapons would be fantastic. Fruit Hook is actually an excellent weapon for Gaming. That 4-star bow, I don't know. Outside of Chaska, I don't know who it's good for. And I can't say anything about the catalyst. I haven't even really looked at it. But we have Surf's Up and Chaska's weapon. I originally was going to go for Surf's Up because I really, really wanted to up Mualani. Because when you look right down to it, to the roster I have, Chaska, and even then, Chaska's damage seems like it's gone a little wonky. And I haven't done anything different since I got her. So what's making the fall off happen? It's a good question. But Chaska and Beresa were really the only two DPSs that were standing strong. Tainari is a special case. Tainari still does very well, but I think he'll shine more once newer supports come out. And that's why I was originally thinking Lauma would replace Nikita in that regard. But it sounds, right now, according to the rumor mill, again, we'll get confirmation Friday, is that she's more for Bloom than a spread aggravate. And that doesn't mean I can't do Hyper Bloom on Tainari. I most certainly could. And we would get the Lunar Bloom reaction. But again, that's not the typical team I ran with him. And again, that might be an instance of, oh, to actually get, have him do some damage, we need, Farina. Farina, girl, you can't be on every team. I'm sorry. I know you want to be the center of attention, but you can't be on every team, girl. So that's why I keep going back to Mualani. Her damage is quote unquote consistent with the build I have her on. But it's like, oh, what can I do to make her build a little bit better? And that was get her signature weapon. If I got Surf's Up, it becomes also a stat stick for Reza, should I need it. And that was an excellent idea. And I tried a couple different builds, even on Monday when I ran a little bit long. I was testing damage for her. And it was kind of an interesting thing because now I was seeing a little bit more of that 300K that I was talking about. Now, granted, 400K was the max I did, but I was starting to see a little bit of that 300K. And it was so weird to see because sometimes it was with the HP weapon. Another time it was with the Wit Sith. One time it was with the Elemental Mastery Sands. Another time it was with the HP Sands. It's like, girl, you need to be more consistent on what you want. Your team has not changed. Why is your damage being all over the place? So again, sadly, I don't think I have the pieces for the 2Ps anymore to even attempt what I had done. But just like it's just mind-blowing to me how inconsistent that my Mualani is. I know there are probably others out there that sing her praises. They call her better than Nuvi. Am I biased to my boy Nuvolette? Absolutely. But in my experience, I've played both. And I want to point out, I had C0 Nuvolette for a while. Like, I didn't get C1 when he came out. I had him C0 because that was right at the very end of his banner. I got lucky and got him on the guarantee. And C0 newbie is no fun. You need to protect that man. So the fact that I can say I played both C0 Mualani and C0 Nuvolette with R0, not using their signatures, they don't feel anywhere near the same, and Nuvolette still felt better. That's just my opinion. If you are a Mualani main, even, you know, a enjoyer of Mualani, feel free to actually give me tips on her, like maybe what I did wrong. But the fact that I still have basically 2 DPSs sucks. It just absolutely sucks. And again, I'm not very good at Veresa. I could just, sit down, practice with her for a while, whatever. That's whatever. But I don't have options. And that's why it also feels a little bit bad, as much as I like vertical investment, that pulling on Chaska feels like it's a waste. So that was problem number 1 in terms of this whole adventure of pulling for characters and feeling that it's not very good. It doesn't feel good, and wanting to take a step back in terms of that aspect. But here's the other elephant in the room, because it's along the lines of, well, what else can I do to help the characters? Well, that's the map. Starting with Charlotte here. Relevant talent is already level 9. He is at 9-9. She is double crowned. She is double crowned. 9-9. 8-9. Like, I keep going back and forth if I want to actually get his skill up to 9. It doesn't necessarily have to be. We ignore Eula, but she was current for a while, because the original goal was to get 8s on her talents. 9-9. 10-6-10. Eventually she would go triple crown probably. 8-8. 9-9. 10-6-10. Double crown. Dea was a work in progress because I need the Scaramouche because she shares with Nahida. But you see the point. 8-8. You can see who I stopped using as well. 9-9. That's crowned, isn't it? Yes. Because she is C6 on this account. So 9-10. 9-4s, whatever. I only cared about her healing. 9-9. 9-9. 9-10. 9-10. 9-9. And then the rest are like level 80. But you can see that if they're level 80, they have at least level 8 talents. So talents, thumbs up. They are level. They are technically current or a work in progress, depending if I need the boss, right? Weapons, that's where we have an issue. And I'll show you why. One of the things that Forrest had even brought up, because we were trying to do the Abyss and Onslaught and stuff like that, was the account needs 5-star weapons. It would just be a little bit more damage in terms of output, to push it over a little bit and be a little bit more comfy. Outside of the weapon banner for Chaska's weapon when she first ran, and me getting the first rate magic, I haven't rolled on the weapon banner and actually get a 5-star. I rolled a little bit on Inefa's weapon, but that's when I opted to go for Mualani and Chaska instead. All my other weapons came from the standard banner, which normally isn't a terrible thing, because if I got Skyward Blade, awesome. We had that Amos bow really early on. Apparently the standard banner thinks I only want an Amos bow. And this is the other thing that makes the account feel awful to play. And feel bricked. Chaska was standing, of course, because she has the limited weapon. It's not that Tainari can't use the Amos bow. It's the fact that 3 of those Amos bows could have been anything else. It could have been a Skyward Blade, which I could put on Bennett. It could have, and even Kaya at that point. It could have been a Skyward Atlas, which would have gone on to Charlotte. It could have been what? Skyward Harp, and I could have thrown that on Fischl. Or hell, Skyward Harp even could have gone on Tainari for the crit rate, and I could just boost the hell out of his crit damage. But it didn't. And what makes it even worse, on YouTube, there is a short that shows the curse of that bow, that was 3 5-stars in a row. That was the Amos bow. I got Chi-Chi early, and then I got nothing but Amos bows 3 times in a row. And for anyone who's out there going, well, 4-star weapons are fine. Yes, for the most part, yeah, you can clear with 4-star weapons, supposing your artifacts were also really good, you know. But getting the weapons does help ever so slightly. And it's why I pose the question for free to play players, when do you decide you want to go for a 5-star weapon, the character and their signature? So in this case, because Chaska's having her rerun, is it worth going after her weapon and going C0R1? And I think her C1 actually feels a little bit better than her bow. And because I have the first great magic, it made more sense to do that. But then we rewind and think about Mualani, and it's just like, would going for her C1 be better than R1? And in this instance, if I were to go for stuff for Mualani, I feel that her R1 would be better than the C1. But again, that is my personal opinion and how I feel about it. Whether or not that would be smart to do, I don't know. I'm not really sure. So that's the journey of the pulling, okay, of all the wishing that this account has done and why it feels so bad. Not just, but probably part of it is that knowing, having the knowledge that it all happened the way it did. But now let's go look at the mistakes on the pulling themselves. Getting first grade magic, going after Chaska's weapon then, smartest thing I could have done because I got the best case scenario upon a loss. Pulling itself in terms of characters. Bring back that up. So let's look at the 5 stars we got. Just going down the list here. So the first here, let me. What we want to look at. Yeah, well, they'll think. You guys can think. So Farina. I don't regret Farina at all. I don't even regret going after C1. Farina is a fantastic character. She's a fantastic support. She's a fantastic off-field DPS. Chaska, I love her. I don't regret her at all. I was very mistaken when, seeing how goofy the gun was. But she is so much fun, and she is one of the easiest characters to play. And I think one of the reasons I like her is because it has that ease that Nouvelette does. And before anybody goes, well, you can't spin to win like you can with Nuvi, guess what? I can't spin to win with Nuvi either. Because I play on controller, baby. Shallonen. Shalonen's a little bit of a mixed bag. She's a solid support unit, but I think she might have been overhyped in terms of her usefulness. I don't regret pulling her though. She is a very solid support. Kazuha, absolutely don't regret at all. Oh, I know what I was missing in terms of the pulling story. We'll get to that in a second. Kazuha, I don't regret at all. Like I said, he was a fantastic support. And for movement, he was a fantastic choice too, especially because I got him early on, as I said. So I had him while running around in leeway. Yeah, his stuff was actually Kazuha. Do you not fit the mold here? No, you do. So Kazuha also had the similar issue that other Inazuma characters would have. So thankfully, like him being level 40 for a bit while I was in Leeway didn't really hinder me at all. I had to stop and think about that because his boss is aged Aha, which is Leeway. So I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. All right. Eula. So now it's like, could you actually say you regret pulling Eula if she was on a loss 50-50? Well, that brings us to the Chronicle Wish itself. And I regret pulling on that. Like, despite me getting C3 Kaya very, very early, I regret pulling on it because, again, it's one of those situations that felt really bad the more I pulled on it. Just because I kept getting weapon after weapon after weapon. And then when I did get a character, it was always a constellation. And again, that's a vertical investment, which I do like because it makes characters more powerful. But when you're trying to really build a team out and you had a star studded 4-star roster with Bennett, Fischl, Sucrose. Who am I missing? There's like one more, Rosaria. You had some solid characters. Even Diona, I was looking for. And the funny thing was, I got her, like I said, I got her off the standard banner. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I started getting constellations for her on the Chronicle Wish. And it's like, do I have to obtain the characters for them to appear or something? I know that's not true because that's how I got Mika, but it was one of those instances. So I do regret pulling on the Chronicle Wish. I'm glad I did it for the sake of seeing what it was like. Um, but it other people might have a better experience with the Chronicle Wish only for the fact that like it felt like mine just got stuck in this weird loop. And when I was talking to my brother about this one day, like how it felt like it got stuck, he mentioned I can't remember which Mario Party it was. It was one of the ones on the GameCube, I think. And it was me, him, and my husband playing it, and I got caught on this loop on the board. And because I was literally stuck in this loop, I couldn't there was no way I was going to win. It was Mario Party 3. So anyway, yeah, that was that. Like I got caught in the loop and I just couldn't win. And that's kind of what it felt like with that Chronicle Wish. I had so many opportunities to get a really good head start on fantastic teams. But I had to get Bennett from the shop. I had to get Fischl from the shop. Sucrose I randomly got off of standard. Standard? No, I think I think I actually got Sucrose when I got Chaska. Because she was on banner then. So I got her fairly late anyway. But, you know, kind of sucks, but you think lesson learned. I mean, be proud of me. I skipped the Leeway Chronicle Wish, despite it having a rare weapon with the Jade Cutter, which is a crit rate weapon. Would have helped. But it didn't stop me from rolling on the Inazuma Chronicle Wish. And that was the one I missed. Was the rerun of Raiden Shogun and Kenichi, which I find it really funny that those two ran together again. But we had the Inazuma Chronicle Wish. And I went, the weapons for Inazuma were good. Mistsplitter, specifically Mistsplitter and Haran. Ideally, I probably should have rolled on either one of those two in preparation for the Skirk I didn't get. But I went for Kagura's Verity, which is Yamiko's weapon. Well, why did I do that? Well, remember what I said about Surf's Up. It was going to be a stat stick until I could get the weapons for the appropriate characters. Whoever reran first, which was going to be Mulani, of course, because Varese was too recent. And then Kagura's would have gone on to the other character. I got about 50 to 60 pity in when I stopped. I honestly can't remember what I got. I was at a maybe Moon's Moon because I did see it when I was looking at the bows. Is Sucrose C0? C2. I actually have her C2 here. She's C1 on my main. So I stopped pulling because we had some other stuff coming up, and that was like me saying, hey, I'm going to go for Skirk instead, and whatever. Despite it overlapping on DPS, this account lacked power. And if I wasn't wanting to do the end game stuff, doing Spiral Abyss and stuff like that, I wouldn't care. But that's the thing. I do care. So I stopped pulling and I started prepping for Skirk and all of that. The one thing I did say though, and whenever it does come up, I probably will come back to this account, hopefully with some wishes, and go on the Sumeru Chronicle Wish and go for Hunter's Path. Because I think if I had Tainari's signature, he would be pretty ballin'. I mean, he's okay right now, but I want to give a middle finger to that freaking Amos bow so bad. All right, so who's next? Anefa. Don't regret Anefa at all. Anefa is a fantastic off-field support. Varesa. Honestly, at the time, Varesa definitely saved the account for a bit. I believe she made it so that it got its 36 star for the very first time. Which, when you look at the roster, you think I shouldn't have had a problem. You'd be wrong. And the character, you can say the characters build are bad, but they're not. They're actually fairly decent. And you're asking to fish for perfect artifacts, which most certainly ain't happening. God dang, I still can't even get a freaking flower or feather that's decent on Verace's set. Let's see. Baiju. Absolutely don't mind Baiju at all. He sees a lot less play, unfortunately, but when I got him and stuff like that, and he's a very quick pinch healer for Farina and stuff. So I don't regret Baiju at all. Still one of my favorite characters. Nahida, don't regret at all. Again, she was who I wanted over Emily and just happened to not know when she reran and lost to Tainari. And then it's just like, oh, hey, now we have Tainari. She's rerunning. I have a guarantee. Awesome. She's still very solid. Again, she's one of the characters that nowadays you probably doesn't see a lot of use, but she's still really good. Mulan. She's a regret. I can't get her to work. As much as I've tried, I just can't get her to work. And it just makes me feel terrible for wasting all that time. And as you saw, she's double crowned. I've done everything I can outside of getting more of that vertical investment in terms of gotcha, which is her weapon and her constellations. And it becomes, do you want that investment for her? And I can say no, because I've tried my damnedest and it hasn't worked out well at all. And I think this is a far cry from my main account. Again, my main account, where even though I can spend money and top up, I feel like my roster is just very, very small. And you have to look at it in the sense of like, this is a year and a half old versus my main account, which is going to be 2 years old in September. So naturally, I would have more characters, for having a 2-year-old account. But it feels like I should have had more. And I think part of it is, again, it was luck of the draw. I kept going to like Heart Pity. I think most of these were at Pity. I'm actually trying to think. Again, it would be a check the VOD situation. I want to say my only early 5-star was Chi-Chi on the standard and the 20 pity on Chiori's banner, which was a loss on Dea. In a year and a half? Dang. If that's true, dang. Hey, Brian, how you doing? Groove, Captain Groove. Yeah, yeah. You're thinking BP Welkin, though. Free to play has about half the characters as BP Welkin. So yeah, there's that. Because like I said, you can top up and stuff like that. Like on my main, I have BP Welkin. And yeah, that would track because you get at least what, 3 fates in of themselves plus the primos at the end, which is it's not even a 10 pull. I want to say that might be 5, maybe 5 wishes, maybe. No, I think it's less than that. Grooving, I like to move it, move it. I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee. Give me a sec. But as Forrest pointed out, like, I'm thinking BP Welkin and some top ups. And the funny thing is, I do want to point this out for my main. When I do top up, I think there's only been twice it's been for the character themselves and actually getting the character. The rest of it has been mostly constellations or I saved for them. So yeah, I guess a lot of it is BP Welkin. So that tells you the worth of the BP Welkin, actually. So what does all this mean for the free to play account? As of right now, I am going to step away from it. I might do a little bit of maintenance here and there off stream. Monday? Sunday. Sunday will be September 1st. So I'll go in, I'll buy the wishes out of the shop. I don't need to worry about theater for a month. But that's kind of the other thing too to point out where it's becoming a struggle to maintain both accounts. And it's because again, if I didn't want to do any of the end game stuff at all, I wouldn't care so much. But the amount of investment that goes into the Imaginarium Theater sucks. Like, I'm not gonna lie, my resources are thin as it is. And having to build all these characters for Imaginarium Theater just sucks balls. Oh. Do I have the stuff for this? If I do, I'm just gonna do it. This is bothering me. Yes. No, don't you just start munching in my ear. $680, if I recall correct. Yeah, I think you're right. It's $680 primos, so 4.5 pulls. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, that's 4 pulls you wouldn't have normally. But yeah, the amount of stuff that you would need for the theater to gain everything, because we're talking the primos themselves. We're looking at the primo gems, the heroes with the Mora, though even just those little things. You would need a divisionary mode, and you need like 26 characters, 22 minimum. And the requirements to go in might be low at level 70, but level 70 doesn't cut much. They're still a pain in the ass. And then you have the trial characters that they give you. Cool, they give you some trial characters. So it might be characters you don't have at all. That's fine. You can give me characters I don't have at all. But when you actually have the characters that are just not leveled, their builds on their trial characters fucking suck. So when you have an account that's already struggling in some capacity and you have to use that trial mess, oh, that's a slog. Because it's like, oh, my characters would be so much better built because I would have artifacts I could throw on them or a weapon that would be better off. It's frustrating. The fact that on this account, because I did this the theater earlier last week, and I was like, okay, we're gonna go and do the theater. I had to restart when I got to the Jade Plume Terror Shroom. because the characters they had me choose from, I can't remember the second character, but Nahida was the other. And I'm like, I guess I have to choose Nahida because she's the only one that's really built. And I couldn't win. Yeah, taking Nahida into against the Day-Toon Players room wasn't going to help. But like I had Animo Traveler to try to swirl, I think it was Electro, because there was no Pyro. Like it was so bad. I had to restart and hopefully get better characters, which is what happened. And then I had to be like, okay, the last boss is actually the Suwani. It wasn't the Cryo boss like I thought it was, but it was the Suwani. So I was like, okay, well, it's the Suwani. So I kind of actually, funnily enough, want Eula to make sure I can shatter it. So I went, all right. Well, that means I can actually just take my C4 Duvalette from my main account and absolutely trounce the other two bosses before that. So Mangu Kenki and I can't remember who was before that. Um and halfway struggled against Mangu Kenki. You have a C4 newbie, but he has 0 supports. So I had to use, I know I used Nahida there. I can't remember who the other two were that I had with him, but I was just like, I love you, Nuvalette, but yeah, you struggled when you didn't have supports. Oh, he had Kazuha. He had one of his supports. He had Kazu. Because it was Animo. So I was like, mm. So it's like, okay. And that's why on my main account, I'm still working towards getting characters up for the theater. Because I don't want to struggle when I go in. I want to be able to go in, have okay characters built. They don't need to be the best, but it takes so much resources to do that. And to actually have to, I feel that this account probably would need it more because I have less characters in terms of the roster. But it's going to be way more resources because I don't have something like the battle pass, or I'm actually not, in terms of the theater, possibly not being able to clear the highest difficulty. I thankfully did clear visionary mode this time around, but the time before we could go in and do it, could not beat the final boss, which I believe was the cryo one. So I think that was part of the problem. And it's just like, well, what do you take in terms of characters that, your friends have? In my case, I believe Forrest was the one that did try to do the previous theater. And I can't remember who he took. I want to say he took Sitlali for support. And it's just like, should have taken Skirk, should have taken Risley. And I was like, I don't even know if that would have helped because even before that, it was a struggle to get to that point. So there's a lot of issues that the account has, and I can't necessarily blame it being free to play. It just takes a lot more work for free to play. But I do need to step away from it because it's put a lot of stress on me to try to maintain both my accounts. And there was a time. So over time, there was at one point when I started the account, I felt it was better than my main. And you might laugh at me and go, Luce, that's silly. That makes no sense. You have some of the best DPSs in the game. Your builds are really good. And hell, you even fixed it to clear one of the most difficult abysses and made it work. And then it's been 36 starring practically ever since. I don't think there was a time that it didn't since I did that. But the reason why it felt that way was because of knowledge. I know the game better now than when I first started. I knew nothing. You're looking at a person that ran Zhongli, Dendro Traveler, Barbara, and Kaya as my primary team because I liked Freeze. Zhongli was my on-fielder because he was my only limited 5-star. Plus, he had the HP to survive if I screwed up. I went and farmed Golden Troop and Marchuse Hunter. This was right after I got Nuvolette, and I could use Golden Troop on Fischl. And I put a defense circlet on Golden Troop on Traveler. That wasn't even for Traveler. And it was a defense circlet. The only reason I put it on her was because it was a 5-star artifact and it had energy recharge. Nice. Ah. All right. What'd you say, honey? So my announcement, I'll take over the maintenance of the second account of the account and some growth until Luce takes over again. If you want to do that, that's okay. Like I'm okay with that. You did mention toying with trying to make Eula great again. Because Eula seemed to be a little bit more consistent than Mualani. But just to talk about, you know, what it was like when I first started, I had the knowledge at that point to, you know, hey, here's the 3-star artifacts. Go ahead and level the 3-star artifacts. There's nothing wrong with leveling those artifacts to level 12 to get what power you can out of them. And whatever 4-star artifacts come about for like instructors, berserkers, exile, go ahead and use them. There's also nothing wrong with using 2-piece. The freaking guidebook actually rewards you with, 4-piece versions of Deepwood and I almost said Lava Walker. That's not right. Crimson Witch. And so on and so forth. So you could have the 2-piece elemental bonus and then like 2-piece attack or whatever have you. There was nothing wrong with that. But for some reason, when just starting out with my main account, it was just like, don't worry about artifacts until you're AR 45 and you can get those 5-star artifacts. You're doing bosses for Ascension as well, by the way, with Gladiator and Wanderer's Troop. You could have a full piece Gladiator set on your Kaya and still be golden. You can use not Golden Troop, Wanderer's Troop, of course, on Tainari. That's his best in slot. You can use it on Fischl if you wanted to, just to get a little extra power. There was nothing wrong with that. But the way the information got presented, I misunderstood it. So going in here, and I was just like, okay, we're going to have 4-piece Berserker on Kaya. We're going to do this. By the time I could actually go into farm their appropriate sets and everything, Kaya was the one I remember still having mostly 3-star artifacts because I wanted him with Berserker. And I just had crap 4-star Berserker pieces. But again, it was more of having that knowledge. It was something that I did back with FF11 and FF14. I would start the game over with a brand new character when quality of life stuff came out. Now, this was more for knowledge sake than quality of life on Genshin. But my experiences definitely made the playthrough a little bit easier and a little bit better. So the fact that if you, again, look back as outside of Eula, the characters I grabbed were supports. They were all supports. So I had the playmates. I just needed the friend. And I tried my damnedest. So for right now, in terms of wishing, I don't think I'm going to continue wishing on Chaska. I might do one last pull if I get what am I at? Because we haven't done anything with resin yet, and I still need to. All right, we'll do this. Let's go. Hi, Farina. Let's spend the condensed I have, and we'll do one last pull on Chaska's banner.
Let the world collide!
The game doesn't know what it doesn't know what to do now that I started moving again.
Shoot! Bomb! Safe with love! Locked on!
No, stop. honestly should put back in a Nepo.
Locked on. Open fire.
But at the same time, Auroron's taunt is just too good. HP. Double defense. Woo!
Strike a pose.
Time to say hello.
Hold that pose. Let's fly. Locked on. Bullseye. Locked on. Bullseye.
Hello?
Knock 'em down.
Oh, you ass.
Truth bomb. Smile.
Not too far now. Go. You're free now.
Shower me with praise. Ha!
He wasn't even close.
Locked on. Locked on.
So I don't know if that was the remote play doing that or if it was my controller, but I was slapping the burst and it wasn't going anywhere. All right, we'll do one more. Copium.
Time to shine. Yoo-hoo!
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Hard hitting it. Take me up. Bullseye.
I was hit on the stunt. Oh, was I? I tried to do her burst before he came at me, so I don't know. Well, okay. Unfortunately, Mualani Sands is on set, so don't know who that would be for, but nope, not that. Not yet. Gotta get ends first. I've noticed and kind of hate how vulnerable Chaska is when the skill ends. Kind of stands there for no good. Yeah, it's the funny thing is I don't remember her actually doing that when I first got her. And like we also know that she couldn't get hit in the air before either. And now all of a sudden she gets knocked out. Like anything can hit her. Alright, let's grab these as well. I love the little chibi Kaya with his drink. It's so cute.
Exactly. But none of them believed me. Piece of science.
What are you at for? He's so close.
Huh?
Cuckoo. Alright. Just to see, where were we? We just got Aoife. $37. So one last hurrah. No, it's purple. Benny? Auroron. Where does that put you at, my boy? Auroron is C6. Good job, Auroron. Good job. Still kind of wish it was Bennett, though. Bennett is C4. I want to C5 for his for his burst. But I do use Aurora on this account more than Bennett, so I'm okay. I'm okay. It's fine. But yeah, so again, I'm just going to take a breather from this account for a while, focus on my main, get stuff done for the Imaginarium Theater, and get everything I need to for Nodcry. Getting everything situated. That means getting ores, getting just slaughtering all of Tibet, making sure I have items that I would need for leveling characters, whether that be just for the theater or new characters. Who knows? I have no idea what their enemy items are going to be, because like who knows what other characters are going to come out too, right? Because we had Lanyan come out for Lantern, right? So she needed Whopper flowers. It's like, oh man, here we go again. So I want to make sure I have all of that situated. Um, Today, actually, we're going to be working on Dahlia's talents because it's the ballad domain. I might pop a fragile resin or two to get some of that way, and then he only needs at least one more boss so I can get him to level 80. Which again, I might just pop a fragile resin and do that. I just got to make sure I have some fragile resin going into Nodcry as well for Flints. But we're getting ever closer to it, and that's also kind of the reason I'm like, you know what, I'm going to take a step back and just focus on my main and do that stuff, because the very big difference when I started this account versus in coincidence with my main is my main was literally endgame. I was caught up on all the Archon quests. We were just really waiting for Natlan to come out, and I was just doing endgame stuff. So the fact that now that this account is kind of caught up to it, and it's kind of the same daily grind, but also in a different light because of, again, resources and what I have, it's a very different creature than when I had started it, and it needs a lot more love, and I can't provide it, so it just goes on the shelf for right now. But Forrest saying that he will take over doing like some maintenance on it, I do appreciate it, and it's just so that it doesn't fall behind, and maybe we can figure out maybe a game plan going into Nodcry. Because Lauma, if Lauma is more good for Bloom, and we would have to use Hyper Bloom, it's not bad. You could just go in with Hyper Bloom, and Hyper Bloom's pretty standard. Like you have plenty of characters that can just do it. You don't need Tarnari, so it's like, what do you do? Maybe we look at, I think Durin's supposed to be a support, but we look at Durin because he's Pyro or something. I don't know. But we'll find out. My alarm did go off while I was talking, and I apologize. My voice is very raspy right now, so I'm gonna finish my coffee and get a new drink as well as some lunch. We will auto Star Rail, and then we will go into my main. And yeah, I think we're gonna go slaughter to that. So I'll be right back. Hang tight, everybody. Why are you trying to choke me? All right. We are back. Let's get into Star Rail. Got a leftover salmon burger, so I'm happy about that. Love me some salmon. Trying to use as much as the coleslaw as we can that we made up for the barbecue. Although the funny thing is, like, the longer it's sat, I don't taste the sriracha in it anymore. So I might need to add a little extra, but we'll see. All right, cleared the event for that. Now, all depending um on how farming on my main account and stuff goes for today. I might tomorrow do stuff in the morning for, or I say morning like it's noon right now. Do stuff on my main, and then when I flip to Star Rail, we'll do our autos for lunchtime. But I might try to do some of the main story quests to get caught up, and it's just casual playthrough, nothing major or anything like that. We'll just chill, vibe, go through the story. Because I would like to actually have the best experience possible before going into the event. Because I know you do see the Chrysosairs and everything. And I guess Anax is the one that's running the restaurant. And it's like, to have the best experience, it's best if you do the story. So, and I think it's because of Cyrene. If I'm right, I think it's because of Cyrene. But I would like to be able to do that. So maybe tomorrow becomes more of a Star Rail day. And then Friday we'll have the special program. Again, I'm going to try to stream it so we can have a react and have a good watch. And I'll look forward to Nod Cry together. Um, and then go into the games. So far, the remote play has not given me issues this week. But I did have an interesting thing happen when I was trying to set stuff up with my TV. So I use a TV as my second monitor. It flips between the two HDMIs and everything. So I flipped it to the HDMI for my PlayStation because I have to log into one of the profiles before going into the remote play. And I just had a blank screen. The PlayStation was on, it just gave me a blank screen. And it took me to flipping between the two again for it to trigger. So I don't know what happened. So we'll worry about that. Saber isn't all that bad. I don't know what people were on about. Just to complain. But also next week, next Wednesday, because it'll be after, I believe, right? Should be next Wednesday. Oh, right. We got double drops. Yeah, the Planar Fisher. So we'll do some Planar Fisher stuff. Messages. Who's my message? Asta. What do you want, Asta? Look at Peppy. He's so dapper. Sorry to her. Oh, okay. Funds to you. Be sure to check your account. Are you the one paying again? Getting close to actually needing my battle pass for here, actually. And I do think I'm about 99% sure I'm probably going to get Bronya's light cone. It seems to be a pretty good universal harmony light cone, so why not? All right, we got the double drops for these. And I think I still needed a better stuff for my Cerebra build, right? I did level them both, but yeah, we have an attack with crit damage. So the rope is fine, I think. I think the best thing I could have gotten was speed on it. And then we have an attack with speed, but nothing else. Maybe not. Maybe these are the best ones I can get. Outside of getting the perfect rolls. I probably am going to make the speed feat when she comes out. Then she's got to attack here with speed, attack and crit damage, attack and speed. Because it sounds like she wants attack over anything else. So, maybe she's to be okay. If that's the case, where is Finon? Attack, speed, and crit damage, that's fine. This only had the crit damage, which it didn't roll into. So maybe we try to get a physical damage? Why don't you just give me the one I want? Is that the other one for this? Stop. Wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute. Should I be concerned that there's only like... Oh, there it goes. It was stuck. Okay. There we go. It's this one I want. It wasn't like scrolling down. Oh, we have Final and Smash. That's what I named it. Okay. Final and Smash.
That looks like a tough one. Let me test the waters first.
Okay, you're not hearing the game? Give me a sec. Alright, how about now?
I will walk to the end with all your wills.
Please light a way for.
A day of peaceful. Deja vu. Light up the dawn.
There it is. Yeah, Star Rail's a little bit weird because I need to turn it down on the main volume.
Trial is fitting. I will watch over
All right.
you and guide you on your path.
So make a way. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
I choose you. We can do anything.
Me.
A future will come.
Have some sunshine.
Serenity is before me. Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. Hail the new dawn.
The Crimson Moon hates I. You have nowhere left to run.
Quench the flames of blood.
You are nothing but a last.
Is that all? Remember agony.
watch over you and guide you on your path.
Don't make him wait. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
I choose you.
Nim. Have some sunshine.
We can do anything.
Me.
A future will come. Just you wait. Torment and doubt, farewell. For tomorrow.
The crimson moon hangs high.
Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. Hail the new dawn.
Just you wait.
Don't make him wait. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
We can do it. I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Have some sunshine.
We can do anything.
Me.
A future will come. I can't let them down.
Gotta stop them here. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. You sun, tear the sky.
Together they burn, tremble, earth and rain.
So without substance. Is that all?
You are nothing but a lifeless.
Hail the new dawn.
Just you wait.
Don't make him wait. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
I choose you.
Nim.
We can do anything.
Me.
For tomorrow. I will watch over you and guide you on your path. Serenity is before me. A future will come.
The crimson moon hangs high.
Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. You sun, tear the sky.
Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
We can do it.
Don't make him wait.
We can do anything.
Me.
For tomorrow. I can't let them down. I will watch over you and guide you on your path. Torment and doubt, farewell. A
future will come.
Together they burn.
Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. Hail the new dawn.
Have some sunshine. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
I choose you.
This
Just
trial
wait.
is fitting.
We can do anything for tomorrow.
I will watch over you and guide you on your path. Serenity is before me.
A future will come.
The crimson moon hangs high.
Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. You sun, tear the sky.
You can fix him. I wouldn't, but I could. Defense. Who saw that coming? Ice damage. HP. Alright, well, we'll just do this until I run out of stuff.
I can't
Trial
let them
is
down.
fitting. Watch over you and guide you on your path.
Show me the way. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
We can do it.
Have some sunshine.
Was it necessary for you to call them?
We can do anything
Alright, maybe it was.
for tomorrow.
Torment and doubt, farewell.
Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. Hail the new dawn.
Together they burn. Trample, earth, and
Quench the flames with blood.
you are nothing but a last.
Is that all? Branded with strife.
Slap. Keep getting the dot set and not fine-ons. Give me fine-ons. I want a new
Watch
physical
over you
orb.
and guide you on your path.
I can't let them down.
Show me the way. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
I choose you.
Have some sunshine.
We can do anything. A future will come.
Gotta stop them here.
No, I have no skill points, so he's gonna slap it.
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. You sun, tear the sky.
The crimson moon hangs high. Trample, earth, and
Empty shell. new dawn.
Okay, got 3 attempts. Again, I don't know who's gonna need that, but I'll hold on to it. No. No. Why couldn't this have been physical? One of the only few times you'll hear me ever say that. Because he's the only one that wants it. One more run.
Gotta stop them here.
I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Don't make them wait.
We can do it. I can't let them down. We can do anything
Me.
for tomorrow.
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Serenity is before me.
A future will come. Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. You sun, tear the sky.
Together they burn. You have nowhere left to run.
Is that all?
Roar.
Quench the flames of blood.
You are nothing but a last.
Remember agony.
Ah, no orb. Alright, so we'll have 3 runs tomorrow, and then I'll go back to doing the stuff for Ceredra. Nope. 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 Definitely not. Well, raspberries.
Need something? Then I'll be leaving.
You didn't hear the other part of that. She's supposed to say, if not, then I'll be leaving. The if not never, like, getting through. Did you guys hear it? Oh, schnutz. There we go. Oh, we hit 30. So I am going to have to get my battle pass soon. It's usually my marker for that. We'll get a few more wishes here. But yeah, we're at 6 days and 1 hour. Yep, so next Wednesday, we'll be rolling for Ceredra. Alright, where are we at on here? I think I said we were at like 30 or something like that last time I checked. I might see a 4-star. 20. 40. 41. We're at 41. Nope, no 4-star. Honestly, and in terms of 4-stars, the only thing I care about is getting copies of Dance Dance Dance, if I'm being really honest. But that's 2 more pulls towards being able to pick the 5-star, and I'm probably going to go E1 Bronya. I probably think that'll be the safe bet. Welt would be the other option I would choose just to have him. But I think that's it for Star Rail right now. I did get a rope, right? I did get a rope that might be better than what he's got. That's a tall order. It has to get speed. Speed or crit rate. It would have to get one of the two. And he gets defense. It's dead. No bueno. That's okay. We're just fishing for like the best stuff now, basically. Like he definitely needs more crit rate, crit damage, but I don't want to lower his speed by too much. He's already behind for like his supports. He's the same as the Trailblazer, but he's just behind Bronya, and even Sunday is not that high. But I got to make sure I keep that balance. But I do want him to have a little bit more speed, if I'm being honest. I think probably when he reruns, I'm gonna go for his light cone. I was going to go for his light cone when he came out, but I opted not to. I didn't want to push my luck because I did get not just him right away. I got Sunday, and then I got my E1 Tribby, and I'm like, I'm not gonna push it trying for his light cone. But I do know that I would like to get his light cone, Finance. Finon's light cone. I kind of want to get Hyacine's light cone because if I got her light cone, I actually would have the speed required for her that people suggest. But she seems fine, if I'm being honest. I have a Naxx's light cone. I want his Eidolons. So whenever he reruns, I'm gonna be rolling for his stuff. Yeah. So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. We'll let him do his thing.
All things are connected by origin and are made of the same essence.
Thank you for being awesome, Menaxa. I don't care what people say. You're fun. All right. I'm going to flip to my main account for Genshin Impact. I'm going to clean up after lunch and grab a second drink because I'm pretty sure I'm going to finish my soda fairly quickly. So I will be right back, y'all. Let me readjust the volume just slightly. There we go. Hopefully that'll be okay for Genshin. And I realize I never changed it to say Honkai Star Rail when I was on HSR. So I do apologize if you stopped in to see Genshin and I was on HSR.
Ad Astra at
All right. Let's start the dailies here. I should have had stuff on the board, correct? Yes. Can't put anything else on the forge, but I had stuff on the forge. I'm hoping I don't necessarily have to level anything right away. Because as you can see, I don't have too many, like any of these crystals are just coming in from the expeditions. I could put somebody else on ore, I think, and get double. I'm not sure. And then these are everywhere, so I could just do the mining route. I just need to sit down and do it. In terms of like craftable weapons, like I debate making some because I have the billets to do it. The crystal's withstanding. Like I have 5 sword billets here. I could just make 2 iron stings and just R5 the one I have. There's kind of no point though. There's kind of no. I have one for that one, so you know I have a sapwood blade. I don't need to refine it as far as I'm aware. I only have 1 claymore. I do know I made the white blind. I think that was for Noelle. I have 5 freaking bow billets. Like, what the heck would I make with this? I have 3 of the Midlander ones. I have 5. I have 5 of that one too. I could make what? It's the same one for Fontaine, so I could like make Tidal Shadow and stuff. I have 1 catalyst billet. Like, I could make the map of mare. I don't have a map of mare. I have 6 of this thing, which this weapon apparently I guess is good for Lisa. So I could do that when I level Lisa for the theater. I never made a prototype star glitter on this account. I made it on my alt for Zhanglang because she needed ER desperately and I wasn't getting a Favonius. And I refused to fish originally, so Crescent Pike I don't need. I don't need that, but I have 4 of those. We can look at the Inazuma weapons. I mean, I could refine that. I don't necessarily need Finale of the Deep for anybody. Was it? No, that's the defense sword, right? No. Yeah, yeah, that's the sword. What am I missing for that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm missing a bunch of the amethyst, which makes sense. A Song of Stillness. I think that's a weapon that's okay for Linny, but I don't know about anyone else. Then there's Chainbreaker, but I don't think I have anybody that can really utilize Chainbreaker. I could refine this. I could make Tidal Shadow, but I don't think I really have a reason to. I can refine Earthshaker. I was originally going to make one of these for Aoife. I don't think I have one of these, do I? Nah, no. I don't like that book, but I have 6 of the billets. I have 2 of that, and I could just refine that. I'm wondering if Nodcry is gonna use these billets. Rifle reward. I could enhance rifle reward. And then I already have an R5 Catan. Oh, it showed me in the corner that I already had one. Okay. Oh, I have this R4. So I could just make one more and just R5 it. Alright, let's go do the artifact route. And we'll let it reset tomorrow since I said we will do Star Rail. Aw. Didn't count me hitting it. The blinds are trying to make their presence known. I have the window open. Now, despite a little problem sleeping last night, like, it was a beautiful night to sleep with the windows open. It had such a chill in the air that you just curled up under your blanket and it felt good. Unfortunately, like, I'm curious because, as I mentioned, Forrest bought me some sleeping cream that I had used for quite a while, and it seemed to help correct my sleeping and stuff like that. And all it is basically just like a facial cream that has melatonin in it to help you sleep. And it literally knocks me out almost right away. When I used it prior, um, I would sleep no problem for like 8 hours. But now I'm still like, I'm sleeping, but then I wake up after like 4 or 5. And that's what happened this morning. Like I woke up at like 12:30 or something this morning. And felt awake. Like I actually felt rested and awake. And I was like, I've only slept for 4 hours. Why do I feel that way? So I went into the living room, turned on the TV and the PlayStation, and just decided to sit down with some YouTube. And I looked at the time and I was like, oh, it's about 3 o'clock. I should probably go back to bed. And just as I was getting ready to turn off YouTube, I saw that the Final Fantasy XIV was going live. And I was like, oh yeah, there's supposed to be a special announcement. I want to point out this thing only took like 5 minutes. So there was no reason to really go live with it. It could have just been a pre-recorded video you posted, not a live message or anything. And all it was to announce the dates of FanFest next year. And whereas that sounds cool, because yay, FanFest, that means expansion news is coming soon.
Off to the freezer. Merciless. Into the void.
Oh, she missed. She missed one of her hits. I later in the day, after I got up again and had breakfast, Mr. Happy, of course, did a video on it and pointed out the patterns because the pattern on how things like got released and stuff like that between like FanFests and whatever. He pointed out like for 7.5 to come out, which is what was speculated for, say, Beastmaster. Because apparently that's what the roadmap or something that in an interview showed or something like that. I'm not exactly sure because I didn't see the interview. But it was mentioned like in 7.5, we would see Beastmaster and Ultimate. And we're looking at a year for that. And that's not good. You would have to check out Mr. Happy's video to actually get more of a proper breakdown. But when I heard a year, I was like, yeah, the game's not in a good state because of how things have been coming out. I'm not even going to get into the drama that's been going on. Holy crap. But I was like, what? Look, maybe I'm now getting spoiled on Genshin for like getting something, at least a new character every month. Whether I pull for them or not is irrelevant. The point is, the new thing is there. The amount of time it's taken between patches to actually get content is absurd. And I'm all for better work conditions, giving people time off when they need it and stuff like that to because it is stressful. You know, work is stressful. Good pie tastes good. I get it. But that wait is a little too long for you expect your player base to continue to pay you $15 a month and get nothing. It's why like Forrest and I equated getting the Battle Pass Welkin to a subscription to Final Fantasy 14 and why we both kind of went if we had to sack one of them it was going to be 14 because at the very least with the $15 we spend a month on Genshin we're getting something out of it. Whether that be us saving the resources is irrelevant. We're still getting the resources to spend later. Whereas you're literally just chewing through my money now and I'm getting absolutely nothing in 14. I did debate because right now there is a free login campaign for 14. I did debate actually just going back and catching up to what I've missed and just being like, all right, I'm done. I'm caught up. See ya. And whenever the next time you do a free login. But I can't bring myself to do it. Even if the story got better for Dawn Trail and they can excuse bringing back Sphene,
Settle down.
Who's on the loose? Another star goes out.
There's no end. Silence.
like I just did not enjoy Dawn Trail, and I should not pretend that oh it got better. I'll go back and see. No, I think I am literally at the point of just holding out to whatever the new expansion is and getting a story skip if I want to go back. I did not like Dawn Trail that much. Don't get me wrong, I do specifically this raid tier, and it's the only other thing that's making me go, but you could do this instead. Unfortunately, the armor is still locked, the weekly lockout, so you get one drop a week. So I wouldn't be able to finish the set before the free login ended. But if somebody could tell me, because I haven't seen the set separated, is one of the quote unquote dancer sets. So if you know the looks of 11, you know that the flamenco looking outfits are the dancer, AF, and Relic. Is one of them for Fizz ranged? If not, that's fucking stupid. Because it was dancers. But if it is, I would have loved them for my dancer. For my dancer, yes. I would have actually done that as a glamour for dancer. But I am a Fizz range mage. And I love the Relic set, which is the white one. So if that ended up being Fizz range, I would have been happy. But, like, I could go in and farm that while it's relevant and people are doing it. But again, it's one of those things. It's like, do I really want to spend the time to set back up 14 and go and get it? Especially with the state of the player base. Oh, okay, newbie. Thank you. I don't think I ever got caught on the tree like that before.
Settle down.
A burst of flavor. A little feel this.
He hid behind the box to avoid being hit. That's funny. But I'm still considering doing the OG playthrough of FF7. I'll see how I feel after this week, because the original idea was to start it next week and hopefully finishing it before Nod Cry. That way, I'm actually just doing the upkeep stuff, like I mentioned, that I need to do and whatever. Still behind the scenes. And then there was, of course, the lunchtime with Star Rail. I don't know. I probably would still do that because I would still be on the same profile, so it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. I've never played FF7 without like grinding at some point. Obviously trying to find Yuffie in the forest is withstanding there. But I always do like grinding and stuff like that. So I could try to do it without outright grinding levels and stuff like that. Just to see how fast it would take me to actually complete the game. And not necessarily excuse me. Not necessarily go after all the secrets. Although the easiest way to probably get the golden chocobo would be to defeat Ruby Weapon first, get the golden chocobo, and then go get Knights of the Round, and not do all the chocobo breeding. But that's still something I would like to do. It's just a matter of I don't know how long it would take me to actually complete the game because I haven't played it in years. So I would actually have to look up a couple things that I since lost to memory. I mentioned it when I had initially said I wanted to do it. The combination of instant safe, like I used to know that like the back of my hand, and now I can't remember it. But like I know I wouldn't go through the hassle of trying to get Great Gospel, which is Aerith's best limit break. Just because we know her fate is not really worth actually doing. But building up to get is it Breath of the Earth? I want to say it's Breath of the Earth. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But she has another limit break that kind of does what Great Gospel does. Great Gospel is a combination between two different limit breaks. Basically, it heals, but it also gives invincibility. She actually gets one that does just do invincibility. So I could do that. Yes, I am a person that does use Aerith because I do like her and stuff like that. So it's quote unquote wasteful to build her, but whatever.
Bow your head.
Adaptive frosting. Fearless.
Suffocate.
I love that. I love how I can like hold it down. What the?
Test subject.
Merciless. Paradigm shift.
Oh, you're already dead. Okay. I thought the freeze had gone off, so she would have had the burst, and it didn't. Seal of Evil is really going. Yeah, Seal of Evil is actually really good too, and that's like her second level 1, I think. She has Healing Breeze, and I want to say Seal of Evil is the second one. If not, it's like her first level 2. Sorry, old lady. But it is an option. Like I said, I would love to play through some of my favorite old JRPGs again. because that's just my jam. And it's been absolute years. I can't remember the last time I actually played all the way through FF7. I remember getting it for my Switch because I was looking for stuff to play before my shift started. Because sometimes, like, I would sit there and draw and stuff, but sometimes I'm just like, I'm too tired to think of something to draw. So, like, playing a game would be fine, and I can take my Switch because I had a Switch Lite. So I was like, oh, yeah, I'll take my Switch. Play OG FF7. I used to play that all the time. It wouldn't cause much thought to actually play through the game. I think I made it only to the second reactor. I didn't get very far. Part of that reason, and I found this out with Animal Crossing specifically. It didn't matter what I played though. Like, let me know if your Switch Lite did this with any game and not just things like Animal Crossing. My Switch would overheat like very quickly. And that was part of the reason I kind of stopped with playing something like FF7, because FF7, even though it doesn't take a lot of resources to run, it's a freaking PS1 game for crying out loud. It was just really hot. And I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and play like hours upon hours of story and have this thing overheat. It's bad enough I do it with Animal Crossing when I was like, you know, actually make my island look pretty. But like even Disgaea was making it overheat. Disgaea 5. Nope, you had your chance. You get to live. All right, that's done. All right, let's see what we can do for Dahlia. I was pretty much in the wall. This is the one that wants pyro. Why did that look weird? It was like all saturated and dark.
No, my sword. Ha! Yeah, I'm going in. You two, time to end.
No, we don't need to use fragile resins right now. I'm just gonna use all I've got for books.
Transfixed.
Huh? Rain cutter. Everybody stand back. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of Eve.
Why are you doing that? Why do you snap to like nothing?
Overruled. Teamwork is strength. Fulfill our pact. Seat Laline, eat Papa.
How did you? Not gonna ask. I appreciate seeing the gold, but I really need silvers.
Transfixed.
know if you guys can hear that truck, but that loud.
Transfixed. No, my sword. Rain cutter. Teamwork is dreamwork. See, Lolly, eat Papa. Get him. Yeah, let me weave you a verse. I'm going in. Huh? Fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of.
What, one more? Yeah, one more. And we'll see how far we can take Dahlia.
Rain outlines your fate.
Really?
Everybody
All right.
stand back. Show no mercy. See, Lolly, eat Papa.
I actually should try an EM Sands on her. I think attack is still better for my build, but I could try an EM Sands on her. Ugh. Just out of curiosity. Whimsy. Oh, okay. I did take this offset lolly. What's the lolly have then? Okay, I would lose a lot of crit rate though if I did try this Sans. Otherwise, it's actually not much different than what she's got. So Lolly, what do you have for Sans right now? Oh, right. I had to put you on an ER Sans. I forgot. Because if I don't have double cryo, she doesn't get her burst back. And she's also on her SIG, not Sac Frags. If she was on Sac Frags, it might actually be better, but that's okay. Dahlia. Actually, no, wait. Dial it back. Alright, let's do what I normally do. All of those are done. And then it's the burst and then his skill. Yay. That's all I got. Okay, you can't do either of those yet. So I got this to 5 and got this to 4. Okay. And flip to friendship.
recommendation?
There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Awesome. All right. What are we looking at friendship wise here? 7 on Dahlia, 7 on Sethos. Skirk is almost done. And 6 on Inefa. Okay. Let's bring back. Okay. So like I said, I'm okay with using some fragiles. I have what, 31? As long as I have at least like 20 for Nod Cry, or at least for Flynn's. Let me straight up say that. For Flynn's. I'll be alright, I think. I don't think I'll actually use 11 of them. But we can use a couple. I had to keep an eye on my Mora, because I don't really want to dip down too terribly far. I still gotta level his artifacts. Not the greatest artifacts, but I have artifacts. We can go trade in some sigils, too, to get Mora. What is this? Oh, Lucky Coins, TCG, okay. Yeah, I have no idea what this does. What was strange symbols carved into it that appear to represent a certain faction? And you got this from level 6 friendship with Anefa. No idea what this does. All right, so you need no, not party. Well, yes, party, but you need one more fight.
Huh? Ooh.
2 more. You needed 2 more. They need to change that. That is so obnoxious. He fits for his character, if I'm being honest, because his character comes off as a little bit of a shithead. But he's drinking buddies with Venti, so who knew? All right. Am curious. Let's just see what these get really quick. Yeah, I'm all right. This already has double crit. It's already goaded. That has HP on it. That is crit rate. And you can keep this headpiece HP with double crit and ER. So, okay. So the only thing we gotta see is this. Hello, I'm holding the... No. It's holding the button down. Hello. Show me potato ER. I'll take flat HP and 2 things into crit rate. For that Favonius. Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright, so that'll be last. His Favonius is already level 90. Okay, so maybe we do... I said I didn't think I would use 10 of them, but my brain is thinking I might have to use 5 to get him to where I want. Like, even if he's level 80, he's more usable to use with Skirk. While I build him up to at least level 81 to actually do his final ascension. And we need his talents. He can only go up to level 6. He needs to be level 80 anyway to go to that. So you know what? We're going to... Because this is for Skirk. So let's see. This would give us the bosses absolutely no problem. So let's do 3. Let's do 3 and see if that'll give us what we need. I can go get Mora after with the sigils.
Huh?
And we're doing boss, so let's bring back Nuvi. Seriously, do we wanna use Skirk's Party? We can try using Skirk's Party. See how fast that goes.
Haven't you heard?
Yeah, give that back to. Yeah, make sure I give that back to Navia after I'm done. No, 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 no. All right, we need 2 fights, and then we'll go back to the Battle Domain.
Time to shine. Strike a pop, goose on the loose. A little moose boost.
Dodge this!
Annihilate. Yeah. Yeah.
Nope.
Shower me with praise. Let my name echo in song. The pinnacle of excellence. A dash of frost.
Don't get frostbite. Cool it.
Ha. Yeah. 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 Ha.
And I only got 3 apiece. Of course I did. Guys, of course I did. All right. Let's go back to Mondstadt. I'm going to change party up. All right, Dahlia, do you need anything else? You do. So I came back here. You actually need.
Ooh.
I'm missing 1. I am missing 1. Missing 1. Oh, that's hilarious. Wait, what? Okay, I'll check that after the fact. And then whatever I can craft, I'll do. That's right. Why do I keep thinking that they say something for that ascension? Okay, let's slow this down just a little bit.
Huh? Ooh.
Yep. Keep chomping there, boy. I have plenty of those books. That's the only reason I'm doing it that way. Give me 1 sec. No, not that. Phone, could you behave yourself? Probably not.
Huh? Ooh.
Give me a second. I need to go talk to my brother for a second. I'm going to remove that so Dahlia's not like chomping in your ears. Give me one sec. All right, I'm back. Just a little bit of IRL quote unquote stuff that's dealing with my dad. Just to do a little bit of transparency, I will have to maybe on that'll be Monday, wouldn't it? Shit. Uh Monday might have to be a shorter stream, all depending. I don't think I technically have to show up for this because I never got the actual papers to say, hey, go to court. Basically the nursing home wants guardianship of my father, which my brother and I are okay with. Um Whatever they need to do is fine. I should actually go over to the bank just to say, hey, they're going to want to do this. Go ahead and do it. I'm okay with that. That was my cousin that just texted me. I was just like, hey, other cousins said you moved. Have you? And it's like the structure of the sentence asking if I've seen my dad is kind of strange. Again, texting, it's speech to text or whatever you're doing. It doesn't want to speak good English. Uh, she knows that I haven't spoken to my father. Like, I haven't spoken to my father for 2 years, almost three. So it's like I'm aware of certain things that are happening, but again, I've removed myself from the situation because it was being detrimental to my health that I do so. Like, I was actually getting migraines left and right. I was not feeling well. And I understand that my father very much is unwell, but I can't sacrifice my health for his. Plain and simple. So I will deal with that after stream. I went in over to text my brother because the way this text was structured, it made it sound like it was more for my brother than me. So that was weird. Grab the wish to hold on to the pool. My controller is being funky like a monkey again. All right, he's all leveled up. Let's go and get more books. And whatever we get here is what we get. And I will farm more of them on Saturday. Saturday, Sunday.
Laid bare.
Huh? Rain cutter. Teamwork is dreamwork. Huh? Suffer the wrath of Eve.
Yep. But I want to also bring up too the stuff that's been going on behind the scenes with like my dad and stuff like that. That's still been kind of stressful, even though I did remove myself from the situation.
You two, time to end them.
So I'm hoping everything will die down soon and I don't have to worry about it anymore. Because the biggest thing, and not just a trauma dump or whatever, but I do want to get it off my chest a little bit. After my mom passed and stuff like that, I was kind of forced to be put on my father's bank account just so we could actually see what was in it. And yeah, those who were actually taking care of my dad and the actual finances, especially when he went to go live with a cousin
Rain cutter.
of ours,
Teamwork is dreamwork. Huh?
they refused to be put on their bank account, on my dad's bank account, even though they were spending his money. And it got to a point where I had to go down and say like, hey, I have nothing to do with the spending on this account. I would like to be taken off of it. I do not speak to my father anymore, blah, 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 blah. And the bank refused to remove me because I was put there for a quote unquote reason. And then a whole bunch of other shit got unraveled with that. And I'm like, I don't want this stress anymore.
Let me weave you a verse. I'm going in. Huh? You two, time to end them.
Where are you? There you are. All right, one more. One more. And we'll see where we can...
No, my sword.
Am I seriously not getting any procs from the frickin' sack
Everybody
sword?
stand back. Huh? Get to work. Eat Laline, eat Papa.
All right, let's go see how far we can take that for Dahlia. All right, let's just spend what I got. Okay, I should also, where is he? There he is. I am going to star him because he's supposed to be part of Skirk's team. Okay, now we're at the point where I start needing this. Okay, so we need that crap. So we're at 6. whenever I can. Okay. Now, yeah. All right. You have your birthday 8, which is fine. We are off on that. Okay. That is all right. So Saturday we'll get more of that, and I should be able to get it to like level 8 by Sunday. Still at 4 mil, which is good. I'm still higher than where I said the threshold should be, so that'll be all well and good when the leyline event happens. Let's got a party set up. Where's Skirk?
All right, let's go, go, go!
Yes, that's totally what I thought you would say when you walked in like that. All right. All right. We do need to consider his artifacts. So I will level these up. I'm going to AFK 1 second because I got to use the restroom. So I will be right back. Okay, Tummy Tum Tum is not appreciating Salmon Burger. I don't know why, but I'm back. We'll play a little bit more. I'm gonna sip on some drink. Tummy Tum Tum might be also just stressing out because of crap. Thunderstorm is expected to end soon. There's thunderstorms? I saw thunderstorms starting at 3. Phone, what are you on? Alright, let's go down the list. Alright, we just really want HP here. We can also steal from Chev. Do we want to do that? Yeah, I'm not using Chev. Let's do that. We'll just steal from Chev. So that's done. We will level this, though. HP is excellent. Oh, we don't need to do that then. Hang on. Excellent. Excellent. Alright, hang on. HP. You have an HP one with ER. You have a bunch of other stuff. How much ER does he actually need? That's the question. Because honestly, both of these are kind of meh. I'm okay with sharing. No, not what I want. Also not what I want. Let's just take this to 16, I think. Yeah, that's kind of shit. Oh, we need your goblet. What is... Okay, this is crit rate ER. We want him with that instead. So we can't switch a Reno. ER, that's fine. Crit rate, excellent. Not that Skirk will need particles, but everybody else appreciates it. So honestly, depending on his particle generation, I might be able to change up Farina's build. ER. All right. Crit damage, okay. I mean, flat HP is not ideal, but I can't really be mad. It's pretty much Gucci on this piece. Really want crit rate though, since he'll run Fav. ER, that's fine. Methinks this is gonna go into everything at least once. See if I'm right. Potato crit rate? It went into everything at least once. So, not bad. Not great, but not bad. 42? That's actually really good without a crit rate headpiece. This had nothing on it. This had crit damage. Do I have anything to trade in that could potentially have a crit rate? Noblesse Blush. Two feathers. I mean, his feather's pretty boss. I'm gonna hold on to that. That's actually not bad. But then I can't trade it in for another piece. Oh no. So the question is, this is your offset, so we can take a look. I'm gonna say HP crit rate. No, this has more than Baiju's. We do have the one that's on Chev to give that a try. It's the same stats, except for, defense. This, Well, we got it, chat. I'll use this. That's fine. Crit damage. Now it does, I will say, it has more crit rate, less ER, more crit damage. Still 42 though.
Huh?
Even though it has slightly more crit rate. Oh no, it had the same crit rate. I have a few HP pieces with just double. Do I have... Oh no, we want the ER. Let's do crit rate HP. I do have this piece here. Of course, Farina's and okay, so those are the only ones I've got. Yeah, it's quite a bit of decrease in HP. I really don't want to be circulating this piece around between people, but it's like one of the best crit rate pieces I have. That was not bad. This doesn't have attack, right? No. So I could just throw that onto Navia. Because Kaya flips between the two. So let's do this. Let's give you this. What does this put your crit rate at? 67. That's fine. I'm not worried about your damage. I just need you to generate particles. You have 34,000 HP, but you're not level 90 yet, so we got to take that into consideration. So let's see. I'm just curious what the normies have.
Huh? Ooh.
Major shield support. Dude, you are going to lose Spurt Villages. Let's see. His shielder build looked to try and reach his breakpoint first, age 40k HP before focusing on the rest of it on energy recharge. So I think the only way to really get the 40k HP, like even if he ascends, yeah, even if he ascends, I don't think he'll hit it. So he would need the HP circlet to hit the 40k. But he needs the crit rate circlet for energy recharge. What's Farina's? Okay, so Farina has 72 crit rate, and she does pretty well, but she's also on a R5 Fav. So let's see. Let's put him on the R5. And Farina, I am going to put you on this. So you actually do more damage. Your ER goes way down, though. Which might mean you need an ER Sans if I do this. At 184, you are on double hydro. So we could try this. We can see how fast she gets the ER back. However, what I was going to toy with was possibly putting her on Millilith. And if I do that, she wouldn't be on ER, but I would just snake Zhongli's stuff. What is Zhongli's off base? It used to be his flower. I don't know what his off piece is now. Oh, he's okay. He's actually on 5-piece Millilith right now. So we can try this and then toy around with that, and Farina can keep her headpiece. which is good. All right, so let's leave it at that.
I'm bored. I'm not looking for trouble exactly, but I kind of hope we run into someone else who is.
Notice he's saying all that in the middle of all the noise. All right, let's see this. I've never used Dahlia. Dahlia also doesn't have any particles. Do 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 do.
Surprise baptism! Cha, 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 huh. Yeah, cha. Yeah, yeah, huh. Let's stir things up. Yeah,
Wait, is it? Oh, I don't know how that works.
cha, cha, yeah. This should be fun.
Okay. I'll check his ER requirements. See, he should have like 200 though, right? All right, now that we got... Yeah, he got 204, so let's do that before he goes yum, 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 yum. $200 or above. So he has the ER with what I've got him on right now. But he needs a crit rate circlet over HP for what he's got. Okay. So that's the unfortunate thing. We got to make sure particles are being generated. Otherwise, we will have to run double fav with Farina and him, which I'm not opposed to. Okay, so we have that. We can try doing... This is starting off with really good crit rate. Running out of stuff to use for XP. Completely misses the crit rate. Excellent. That's a bummer. That is a real bummer. This is at 42, which is not bad. He still has 200 ER. And I don't have crit rate or HP, right? I have a crit rate one here, but it has no HP on it. Healing bonus, crit damage, crit damage. Were all my HP ones really that bad? Were they really that bad? All right, let me... Because I'm assuming we're going to want to have him go into Skirk. Short prayer summons. Tower, hold. Alright, when your active party member is affected by... Party imposter. Okay, so it's the burst. So we want his burst. Oh, he has the daytime movement. I didn't know that. Alright, for every 1,000 HP he has. So again, he's not going to be super effective or where we want him to be because one, he's not fully ascended, and two, he doesn't have... Well, no, he has the Okay, he's at 37. What was he with the crit rate piece? I know I was using Kaya's, so let's just go to Blizzard Strayer. 37? 34. So he's only missing 3k HP here, which is significant, but maybe not. This is just gonna go down really, really fast. Alright, we're just gonna... The only one we're gonna burst on is Dahlia.
Strike a pose. A little amuse bouche. West wind, carry me. Surprise. Surge. Hop. Yeah.
Okay. And his burst is already back up. That's pretty good. All right, let's see. Because Farina would be one we would be worrying about at the moment. So let's...
Let the world come alive. Goose on the loose. A dash from thus saith the animal archive. Extinguish.
Wow. That was with everybody. Dahlia's burst is back up. Farina's is almost back up. And so is Escoffier. All right, so this build here, pretty good. All right, so for shits and giggles, like I said, we're just gonna snake Zhongli's stuff. I'll lose some crit damage here. Let's see. What are our stats right now with Farina? 72, 194, 184. '74, 177, 154. So we're gonna have significantly less ER, but we're at 47,000 HP with this. So all right.
Shower me with praise.
Ooh, okay.
Let my name echo in song. A burst of flavor. Off to the freezer. May the archive protect you. Let's stir things. Surge.
All right. Still really quick upon the KO. All right, Farina's ER isn't too bad. More than likely because we do have Dahlia. So Dahlia already's got his back. Escoffier is almost back. Farina basically just needs a little bit more ER, and I think she's okay with um not having the Favonius if we wanted to go the route of using tenacity. Thank you, Zhongli. You can have your stuff back. All right, we had ER. Where's your HP sounds? All right, let me see. Zhongli. And there we go. So we're at 142, and we were at like 158, I think I said. All right, so this is if we're not trying to buff. Oh, wait, just always be buffing Skirk.
Wild and desolate sight. Allow me to grant you the blessing of water.
So what happens if we go Dahlia first? So we go.
Thus saith the animal art. Strike a pose. Let the world come alive. Goose on the loose. Extinguish.
Okay, that worked. That worked. It gave Farina the particles. And she's only halfway to her burst. So would that be enough to... Let's see. Now, the other solution here to get Farina to do more damage and have the ER would be to go get Flufsandra. So that might be a cause for me to actually go get the pipe.
Thanks, Animal Archon.
Alright, here we go.
West Wind, carry me. Shower me with praise.
Yeah, it's not enough. Okay. Don't you even dare. Okay, so if I am to do this, she would need the ER Sands. I mean, it's still a good Sands. All right, so we would have to go into Dahlia last, I think. This is kind of scuffed because Dahlia doesn't have his stuff right away.
Let's stir things up.
Excellent.
Let my name echo in song. A burst of flavor. Thus saith the animal art.
Okay, Farina's almost back up. Dahlia is back up, and so is Escopia. So, yeah, so Farina would need the ER Sands. So I wish I had a little bit better of an ER Sands. But I won't sneeze at, what is it, like 15 HP percent? 16% HP, so I can't really sneeze at that. I think it went all into that, didn't it? No, it went into flat HP. Might as well have. It might as well have. Don't know if I have another ER. Okay, I have another crit damage HP. Oh. It's significantly less HP, but it has crit damage on it. Sure, we can take Cynos. Let's... Okay. Just kind of curious. I believe this was actually the piece I had on her before I got the HP Sands. And she can run the HP Sands fine with Nuvi, so... Okay. I mean, it's just an ER stance to an ER stance. So, although what's weird is that that's still about half. Dahlia still managed to get his back. I mean, ideally, probably want to, like I said, ideally, I think you want to go with Dahlia into Skirk so you have maximum uptime on the shield should it not break.
Westwind, carry me! Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song!
One hit got that.
Off to the freezer! At first,
That's
flee.
fine. That's actually fine. All right, that's actually not too bad. So, what this also could mean too is that again, this is one of the things I would like to do is I would love to get Farina's weapon because I love the look of it. So, if I could actually find value in getting it and not having her on Fav, that would be excellent. Nuvalette, she would probably still have to be on Favonius unless I flipped like Kazuha or Shalonen into it, but I have Shalonen's Sig, so I'm not really sure how that would work. Um, because Nuvalite does need his burst. He doesn't have a high. He doesn't have a high ER, right? Like my ER is only like 128 or something like that. 122. That was close. Which is fine if he's with Farina. Let's see. Uh. Okay, interesting. It's saying 125 to 135 for prototype Amber. Okay, so in theory, his ER should be all right. So let's try it with the build we currently have with Farina. I am just curious. So this would mean Newbie's team has no fab on it. If we're running premium, right? His quote unquote premium team. I'm saying quote unquote because some people might actually like to use Escoffier and Setlali and stuff like that. I've still had better numbers with Kazuha and Shalonen. We need Newbie first. Yeah, we're gonna need to go.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Oh, yeah, that works. He's almost back up with his burst. Okay, cool. So I don't actually need Favonius on Farina. At least on those two teams, I don't. So that's actually a really big plus. So as long as I'm not utilizing, not like that I would at this point with Alhaitham or even Kaya, because I was using it on Kaya. Farina can just use Chiori's weapon. And I didn't really do anything. All I did was replace her stance. So right now she has an ER sans, which is pretty damn good. Like I said, I think this was her ER sans before I got the HP one. So yeah, she just needs a little bit more ER, so we just do it that way. We give her, this is what her stats look like right now, 72 over 215. That's pretty damn freaking good with 194 ER. And she's running double hydro, so she actually gets resonance or particles and stuff. So she's sitting pretty, actually. So that's good. We let her hug her little friend. Good job, Farina. I don't think there was another team I actually really ran her in, right? Because if this doesn't have any problems, that's like if I have her here instead of Auroron, it's not going to have a problem. Yeah, those are the only two teams I actually really run her on. Well, Albie. Okay, that wasn't quite a slaughter of Tevat, but I'm glad I tested that. Because again, I've never used Dahlia. So that was actually really good. He can take the R5 unless I need to finagle Farina. Unfortunately, this piece... Wait, 60... Was I running that the whole time? God damn it. Yeah, we can leave it on Blizzard Straight. No. I'm trying to remember what the heck was it on. It was Wanderer's Troop. Blam blam. Okay. Gaia, take back your headpiece. Alright, we're gonna put this back on him. So he only has the 42. So let's... I didn't realize I did that. Alright, what's your hit points at? 37,000. Okay, Farina actually has her burst. So, but we're still gonna funnel into Farina like we have been. Because we're gonna pretend she didn't.
May the Archon protect you. Let's just let the world come alive. A dash of frosting.
Okay, that wasn't bad. And Farina's almost back up. Escoffier is at half. So there's a little bit of a problem with Escoffier, and Dahlia now doesn't have... He didn't get his burst back up. So what do we do? Dahlia, you need better wings. Wings of deliciousness.
Surprise
Farina. Farina's almost up. About half for Escoffier, and then just slightly off on Dahlia. That's interesting. How much ER did you lose in comparison to this? You lost none. You gained. Oh, wait, no. Looking at Kaya's? Okay, so he lost. Wow. Okay, so he lost just that smidgen of ER, and it's actually messing with him just slightly. It's not bad. It's not bad by any means, but whoosh. I think we would lose enough crit rate where it wouldn't matter. So, all right, let's try it again.
Let's stir things up. Yeah. May the Archon protect. Strike a pose. Time to shine. Off to the freezer. A burst of flavor. Yeah.
And yep, blam blam. So a little bit, it's about half, and now Dahlia has his what? Huh? I am so confused. Before you weren't getting it back. Why are you all of a sudden getting that little extra particle? Like, where is it coming from? Unless you caught one of Farina's.
Westwind, carry me.
Okay, a couple
Echo and
hits.
song. A dash of frosting. Heat juice on the loose. Annihilate.
Okay. Yeah, so Dahlia really isn't having a problem. It takes if he procs, Farina gets her burst back immediately, and then it takes one little whack from Escoffier to get hers. I don't think there's anything I can really do about that. What's your ER at? 188? Okay, you are on an ER sans. Mm. Oh, that has an asthma crit in it. I mean, that has an asthma attack. That's kind of what I was putting her on. So, let's see. Her crit damage goes down by quite a bit, but you're still at 200 crit damage. I can't be too angry. And I lost 0.3 crit rate. So I lost a little crit rate, but She was at 60 with this. But for the sake of experimenting.
Thus saith the animal archon. Shower me with praise. Let the world come alive. The pinnacle of excellence. Surge. Yeah.
All right, we got Dahlia. Farina is at that point, and that changed pretty much nothing on Escoffier, actually. 193, and she was at, what, 188 before? Yeah, that didn't do a hell of a lot. It still is about the same. All right, so just gotta look out for pieces for him. So I probably should still build out some Noblesse pieces at some point. Just to actually get his stuff up to snuff, without having to use a crit rate circlet. He needs a better Sans, because his Sans is giving him absolute dookie. Like, the ER is fine. Like, if it wants to roll into ER, that's perfectly fine. I just wish it had a little bit of crit rate on it, and unfortunately, not even this one has crit rate. At least this one has ER. Bennett has ER, and that's an attack Sans. And an ER on Kave. Which, again, that was supposed to be for Baiju, for anybody wondering that. We can do this. ER? Of course not. 38. Okay. So he's at 38 with everything leveled. All his artifacts should be level 20. So he's at 38k. So upon final ascension and like leveling him, he should hit the 40k. And then we'll see what he has after the fact. If I put him on a crit rate circlet. Because I think that's the only thing holding him back, is that he only has 40 some odd crit rates, so I'm not proccing Favonius to go into Farina.
Sure beats taking the short way down.
You mean falling?
May the archon protect you. Bishop. Let my name echo in song. Goose on the loose. Extinguished.
That broke his shield really quick. Okay, Dahlia, we're gonna put you on the crit rate. Because that did break that really quick. And I'm just gonna double check. This is the best one I have for this. Meh. And of course, we're not going to take from Farina or um Arlecchino. So yeah, his is the only one that has HP in it. Or HP percent. There is a truck that just went down the street that sounded like a freaking train. What the hell? Yeah, that's pretty much everything. So he would have to use Kaya's slash Navia. So that puts him at 67. So that should proc way more. Oh, there goes the controller again.
Thus saith the animal archon. Shower me with praise.
And he didn't proc the damn Favonius.
Time to shine. A little amuse bouche. The pinnacle of excellence. Annihilate. Yeah.
Okay. It's odd. It's like it's about the same, but that's honestly because of not proccing the Favonius. Okay, Dahlia. I know it's only 62%, but proc the damn Favonius.
Westwind, carry me. Let the world come alive. A dash of frosting. A burst of flavor.
Okay. There is the problem with that is that by the time I get to Skirk, she doesn't get the shield very long because it has to be under the shield. So I would have to go into Skirk. So only other option I can think of is still start with Dahlia, but we gotta try to get the particles to Farina and then go into Escoffier, Dahlia, and then Skirk. No particles. There we go.
Let my name echo in song. The pinnacle of excellence. May the archon protect. Search. Yeah.
Okay, and then doing it that way. He's almost full, so even at the start of the fight, he can get those particles, but it doesn't funnel to Farina. But Farina gets those really quick. It is Escoffier. It just takes a couple whacks, but Escoffier doesn't get her burst back immediately. Can you not? I could have sworn you could. Is that what the issue is here? All right, so what we want to do is funnel the hydroparticles to Farina. But we're also gonna see if we can proc Fab after this thing spawns in. Alright, come here. Okay, you good? Okay.
Let's start things. Shower me with praise.
Correct. Okay.
Let the world come alive. Goose on the loose. West wind. I'm not. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's not bad if he's like that, because when Farina got her burst, he did too. Huh, it's funny, they're all about the same in energy. Pretty sure it's not there and taking, which is really funny because you can apply elements to it. All right, let's see.
Surprise. Yoo-hoo.
Yeah, there we go.
Shine. At first,
Good.
flavor. May the archive protect you. Extinguished. Ha! Ha!
Okay, that works. Must be something about the fab, yeah. But yeah, that seems to be working okay. Doing it that way. So I go in and skill with him. Trina gets the particles to do her burst. Go into Escoffier's skill, then do her burst. By then, Dahlia has his burst up. Pop that, go into Skirk, and go ham. So that seems to be working okay. And again, this is with Farina on Chiori's weapon.
Sure beats taking the short way down.
Again, do you mean falling? Let's see.
Let's stir things up. Strike a pose.
He didn't proc.
Let the
That's
world
okay.
come alive. Yeah, the pinnacle of excellence. Thus saith the Yeah.
Pretty good. Okay, that took a little bit longer to defeat, but they're all almost ready for their bursts again. So I think this actually will work. Unfortunately, he has to be on the crit circlet. Yeah, we'll leave him with this for now, and then we'll worry about trying to get the 40k HP and finagle that, because that is the cap. So, honestly, not bad at all. Back to Fontaine. All right, not exactly what I was planning on doing, but that was fun. I actually wanted to see how he worked with Skirk and stuff like that. And it's fast. She swing fast. Why'd you kick him, Paimon? All right, so tomorrow, I think what we're gonna do is we'll start with my main account for Genshin. Do all the little stuff I need to do. In terms of what I'm using my resin on, I might still go for Dahlia's boss just to start getting him. So I plan on using him with Skirk, so I would like him at level 90. And then I gotta do some resource management. I gotta remember to go and hand in the sigils for Mora, because I didn't do that. I was fighting that thing the whole time. And then afterwards, when we pause for lunchtime, we're gonna stick with Star Rail, and I'm just gonna catch up on the story. So we'll just chill, watch the story play through, and whatever fights we'll do, of course. And then Friday should be the special program. I'm saying should because I haven't actually seen it officially announced yet, but typically it is the week after the second phase drops. So should we have the special program, I will like dual stream it and we can all watch it together. Um, and see what Nodcry has in store for us, and then back to the main freaking motorcycles. Um, and still doing the little bit of maintenance. If you missed it earlier, I am actually taking a step back from my free to play account for a while, just so I can actually make sure everything is set for my main account and stuff like that. I want to make sure I have a little bit of funds for pulling for Flynn's. I don't have a lot in the way of savings here. It's not much because it took everything for an Effa's weapon because I lost. I lost the 50-50 on it, so but we got some. We got some. And I know we'll get more from the special program and the maintenance for Nodcry. So we'll have some going in, but I would like to have, a little bit more savings. So if I want to finish out like the story quest I was doing with the one that results in the sword, getting the sword from Fontaine, I can do that. But I would prefer to hold off on anything for Nubilette whenever he reruns. And hopefully that won't be for a little bit, because again, I want to save for him. But that's going to do it for me today. I will see all you lovely people tomorrow. And until then, take care.